portions of Jefferson Davis County and Covington counties. And I'll draw this. Oh, look at that. Look at that, Brandon. That really has ramped up there right quick. Wow. We'll kind of zoom in on the radar right quick and show you what's going on here. That definitely is possibly a tornado right in here. This is the couplet right here. We're watching this very carefully. I'm going to draw on here again for you. This is where we think it's going to go. Just in this vicinity like this. It should be near Carmack very soon, 356, near Goss at 4 o'clock, 402 Society Hill, 406 Bunker Hill. This is a tornado warning, Take cover now. If you hear me, take cover now. Again, it's moving at 55 miles per hour to the northeast. You've got to take cover now, though. And again, I'm going to show you what to do in case you don't leave your house and you're in a substantial home. Again, go to the interior of your home, the exact middle part of your house, away from windows, in the hallway preferably, in a closet somewhere in the middle of your home. What to have? Pillows, helmets. Helmets come in very handy in situations like this. Again, people die from flying debris in these tornadoes. Blankets. You have your cell phone. Have our WDAM First Alert Weather app downloaded. You can watch us live stream this as we speak. We're actually live streaming this on television right now. Make sure you have sturdy shoes on and turn up the volume on your television. If your power goes out, you still got your phone, so use the phone. Again, that's the best thing to do. All right, let's go back to the radar and see what we got going on here, Brandon. So you got anything new on that particular tornado warning?
Nothing, but this is an observed tornado. So this tornado is on the ground.
Okay. Oh, what's it say?
So this was tornado damage is threat. This is considerable for Walthall, Mississippi. And so again, this is a confirmed tornado for the extreme northern parts.
Yeah, well, you can see the extreme. It looks like it's moving now in the extreme northwestern Marion County to me.
Right.
That's what it looks like to me. But that's clearly a defined tornado. Look at that. And it's observed on the ground?
Right. This is confirmed on the ground. This is
read what it says.
This storm will move into northwest Marion County and
right, exactly as I predicted. Yeah.
Right, in southwest Jeff Davis County.
Okay, this tornado is large and violent. This is a large, violent tornado. Just now getting into Marion County. Let's see. If you live anywhere in these general vicinities of this, near Ranch Road, take cover immediately. And I'm going to draw another cone on here right quick. And this is going to take it like this. So it will be near Carmack at 357, Hathorne 401, 403 at Goss 403, as well as Society Hill at 403. That's what we're looking at right now. But keep in mind there are more counties involved in this particular warning, but that's the warning I'm looking. I'm more concerned about this area right here in extreme northwestern portions of Marion County, right here. And this tornado is observed on the ground. Is that right?
That's correct. That tornado is observed on the ground.
And it's a large, violent tornado, I'm believing. You're
yes.
Right. That's right. This Weather Service is saying this tornado is large and violent. So please take cover immediately. Again, I'm going to draw you another cone on here right quick. And this is what you need to do. If you live downstream from this, White Bluff 357, Hathorne 401, Society Hill by 403. That tornado is moving at 55 miles per hour to the northeast. And please listen to me. If you're hearing my voice now, please take cover. And this was predicted to happen, and it's actually happening right now. And this is the perfect signature of the tornado on the radar. You see where the colors kind of blend together in two different colors. You have yellows and greens and reds. That is indicative of where the couplet is. So this is probably affecting northern Marion County right now, northwestern Marion County. And I'm going to zoom this back out somewhat and kind of give you a better perspective of it. That's definitely a tornado for sure, guaranteed. And I'm going to draw this warning on here again. This is moving to the northeast like this. Again, it should be near Carmack by 358, Hathorne by 402, 404 Society Hill, 415 Carson. That's what we have right now. That's the ones we need to be concerned about first. And then we'll have more places to be concerned about after that. But this is certainly a definite possible, well, I think it's confirmed, right? Violent tornado.
Correct.
And a large violent tornado.
Correct.
And it's right there in the extreme Marion County. It's crossing over, let's see, it's crossing right now over 587, right there. There you go. If you live near Ranch Road, Carter Drive, any places like that, please take cover immediately. This is a large, violent tornado on the ground, and please take cover immediately. Let's go over this again. And if you don't have a shelter, if you need a shelter, or if you're at home, go to the interior of your home. Stay away from windows. Get into the hallway of your home. And again, stay away from windows. What you need to have pillows. Again, helmets are very important. Blankets, cell phone, shoes. Turn up the volume on your television. And if you don't have access to TV, in case you've lost your power, make sure you use our weather app. We're live streaming this right now. And Chief Meteorologist Nick Luga is here, and he'll be joining us very shortly.
Yeah, thanks, Rex.
All right, sure.
So as Rex has been walking you guys through exactly what's going on, Rex, if you don't mind, I'm going to
Sure, absolutely.
steal your radar real quick, not to be rude. But we do still have, again, that tornado warning that's in effect. And again, this is crossing over kind of, as Rex was saying, the kind of three-way where Lawrence, Jeff Davis, and Marion County all kind of run into each other near just off to the south of Oak Vale, near Society Hill, near Goss. Bunker Hill, you folks just down the road from this. If we had to peg the area of circulation, as Rex was saying, right along kind of River Road, this is a messy situation, so it is going to be difficult for us today to find the specific circulation. You know, every once in a while we get days here where we can, and other days, unfortunately, where we can't. And this is unfortunately going to be one of those days where we're not going to be able to pick out specifically where a tornado is, but what we can do is give you a very good estimation about the general location. So as Rex was saying, River Road, just off to the northwest of Goss. My guess would be the National Weather Service will continue to kick out information with respect to this. And matter of fact, Rex, do they have any new info coming out from the Weather Service on this?
Let's see, Brandon, what's the latest you got?
So far, what you just went over, Nick, that's the update as of right now.
Okay.
I do know that, let's see, it's a very large and violent tornado is what they're saying.
Yeah, so they've got...
obviously on the ground.
This is an observed tornado. So this has been observed by by either chasers or it's been observed by spotters out there.
Right.
And so this is not one of those, oh, we see it in radar. This is a confirmed large and destructive tornado located near Tilton, or 11 miles north of Kokomo. So says the National Weather Service, moving off to the northeast.
At 65. I need to change that because I was using, it was down to 50 by now, it's back up to 65.
At 65 miles an hour, all right. So what we can do is we can put a cone on this, and we can give you guys down the road a better idea about where this is headed. Also of note, that's why these the warning boxes are a little bit longer today. Is that
65?
65. Thank you.
There you go. Thanks.
And so we take this down the road, and yeah, you folks in Bassfield by 410, Melba at 414. Dean at 415, Summerall, you folks are on the south end of this, but if it continues to strengthen, as usual, these will tend to lean a little further to the right. You folks in Summerall by 419 and in Williamsburg by 421 on this tornado warning. Zooming things back out, there is another one. I just want to let everyone know there is another one back in behind this. This one's crossing over 55 shortly just off to the south of Macomb. This is going to be another tornado warned storm that we're going to have to keep tabs on over the next couple of hours. Given the setup for today, we've been talking about this the last couple of days. Once these things are on the ground, unfortunately, there's not going to be much in the way to stop them from being on the ground. You can see that not only is this an observed tornado by folks that are out there, but we do have debris and, in fact, some hail spikes as well. So this long And this long stretch of discolorization in here is an indication that there is large hail in here as well. So not only do you have to worry about the tornado and the debris, which is kind of somewhere right in here, but you also have to worry about large hail and straight line wind in excess of 65, perhaps even approaching 70 to 75 miles an hour. So even if the tornado isn't something that's going to be near your area, you still have to worry about the wind, and you still have to worry about the hail as well. So
I understand the hail is extremely large with it too.
And so we'll get back over to our storm relative here. And so, yeah, the National Weather Service noting some very large hail. So Reservoir Road, River Road, we talked about those already. Goss, Bunker Hill Road, if you're between Goss and Bunker Hill, and you're along that and to the north and into parts of Jeff Davis County, we need you to take cover immediately. As Rex was saying a couple minutes ago, we got to put as much stuff between you and whatever's happening outside as we can. As Rex was saying, if you got the pillows and the blankets, make sure you got your shoes on as well when you go to your safe place. Brandon was mentioning last night to take a helmet with you. It's always a good idea. If the kid's got a baseball or a football helmet, put those on them. If you got a motorcycle helmet, or maybe a football helmet laying around from when you played in high school or something still, throw that on. Just do what you can to protect yourself from what's happening outside. As we always say, it isn't the tornado that we're worried about getting you, it's the stuff that's getting flung around in the air that we're worried about. It's the debris coming through windows and walls. Looks like we got some new information coming in from the National Weather Service. Perhaps they've updated the warning here. This may be new coming out of either a Slidell or Mobile. As we zoom things back out, they must have just trimmed one of the warnings, and then they extended the one.
Yeah, that's what it is.
They extended the one just down off to the south to now include parts of Walthall County. Now. This does include maybe just a sliver of Tylertown. So for you folks in Tylertown, I know that we get a handful of you guys that watch us. I'd get to your safe place now. Again, as these things strengthen, they'll tend to lean a little more onto the southern side rather than the northern side. And with you guys being in the southeastern corner, I would just recommend trying to make way to your safe place now. The one tornado warning that we have in effect that we're really keeping tabs on, though, is the one that's crossing over through parts of southern Jeff Davis and northern Marion County.
We are getting reports that 2 homes were destroyed in northern Walthall County.
In northern Walthall County from this storm.
That's in Marion County now.
And yeah, this one is now in Marion County. It looks like it's maybe in the heel of Jeff Davis County as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And we're getting some, looks like a little bit of maybe bad data or folding in here in terms of the data we're getting in. But it looks like perhaps the area of circulation has crossed over and now is in parts of southern Jeff Davis County. So wind speeds on this estimated by radar here. Again, anytime we kind of get into the yellows and the oranges and the blues, we're really starting to talk about some very fierce wind. So again, even if the tornado isn't near your location, say you're to the south of Goss, you're probably still getting some very strong straight line wind, even though the true tornado threat is a little further off to your north and north of Goss near Society Hill. It's kind of in between Society Hill, Goss, and Bunker Hill right now. Maybe kind of an equal distance between those 3 towns. Those 3 communities. If you're living up and down 35 down the road in and out of Bunker Hill, I need you to get to your safe place now. Specifically, if you live north up 35 and toward Bassfield, I need you guys to get to your safe place now. Get to that interior room. If you don't have an interior room, get into an interior hallway and just close all the doors to all the rooms. You kind of make your own interior room. Just put as many walls between you and whatever's happening out there, outside, as you can. We just want to put as much stuff between you and the potential debris that's flying through the air outside. As we head over to the CC, you can see that we do have, it's messy. It is messy. It's tough. It's not the dot that we're used to seeing around here, but it's definitely debris being lofted into the air, and this is not just a radar indicated. This is an observed tornado. So somebody has seen this thing on the ground, and they're saying, yes, I see a tornado. There is a tornado on the ground, and they reported that to the National Weather Service, and that is why they have issued this warning. This is not, and then here we go. Some of the latest data.
What, Jefferson Davis County?
Yeah, so now we're into parts of southern Jeff Davis. This is why you folks up and down 35 really need you guys to take cover. Bassfield down toward Melba, Carson. You guys are a little further off to the north, but still you're within the polygon here, so I'm going to need you guys to take cover as well. But Bassfield up and down 35, up and down 42 from Bassfield to Melba. Now, I'm also going to need you guys to take cover. This thing is
It is violent. It's large.
this is going to be a very large tornado. That when you get in and you start to see colors like this happening inside of colors like this, usually that means that the radar is doubling back on itself and it can't actually see how the wind is getting too fast for the radar colors, so they bend back on each other like this. And so we've got some very, very strong wind happening in here. Again, just across the county line into parts of Jeff Davis County and near and just off to the east of Society Hill. For you folks, again, up and down 35, I need you into your safe place right now. I need you to take cover right now and put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as you possibly can. Get the helmets, the pillows, the blankets, the whole 9 yards with you when you get to your safe place. And make sure you do what you can to protect yourself. Yeah, Rex, what do you got over here?
Brandon, you take over.
Yeah, they're just continuing that tornado warning for Walthall until 4:15.
Okay, thank you.
That's Pike. Well, we don't need water. Well, obviously we're concerned about Pike, but we don't cover Pike. But we're concerned about Walthall County.
Yeah.
And that one again could probably just go about exactly where that first one, a current one, is.
Yeah, and this is what we ran into. You guys may remember that are watching at home a couple months ago when we had those tandem tornado-warned storms that were just pile driving right behind each other. That was a little further off to the north a couple of months ago, but same idea, unfortunately, is that you've got two tornado-warned storms, one to the north and one back off to the southwest, and they're kind of walking down the same road, so to speak. So if you were taking cover and the tornado warning ended and you've come out and you've turned the TV back on and you're trying to check out, is it okay for me to go outside and survey the damage in my yard? No. If you're living in Walthall County, if you're living in Marion County, if you're living in Lawrence County, I need you folks to not survey stuff yet. I need you to hang tight because you've got another one on the way that's just back off to the southwest that's going to be coming through in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Zooming back in here and getting back to the one at hand here for you folks in Bassfield and down toward Melba in southern Jeff Davis County. Need you folks to get to that safe place now. If you're just turning on the TV, if you're saying, hey, you know, it's getting kind of gnarly, the sky is getting kind of dark out there in the distance, I wonder what's going on. Well, we've got a new tornado-warned storm across parts of southern Jeff Davis County. This does eventually include you folks in Covington County. This will probably include you folks in Jones County eventually as well. I think the National Weather Service noting that if this stays together, of course, they'll continue to warn this downstream. It looks like they've got new information maybe coming out. Brandon, you may be able to help me out with checking out that latest update from the National Weather Service about where specifically this one is, as well as how fast it's traveling and what they're concerned about.
Right, absolutely. So this is, again, from the National Weather Service. This is out of Jackson for Covington, Jefferson Davis, and Marion. They're going to extend it till 4:45. Right, again, that's till 4:45. And they're calling this is observed tornado on the ground. All right, again, observed, and the tornado threat, this is catastrophic. This is nothing to play around with. This is serious. And so again, like you were saying, located near Bunker Hill or 14 miles north of Columbia, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour now. Okay, so it's slowed down a little bit. But those times on the screen will likely hold 4:14, in Bassfield, 4:17 for you folks in Melba, you folks in Collins at 4:27, in Sanford at 4:29, Eminence by 4:31, and Oak Vale by 4:34. Again, for you folks that are just down the road from this, while you folks in the warned area need to take cover now, here's your timeline. You've got, with it being 4:10 right now, you folks in Bassfield have only a couple of minutes. If you're just turning on the TV, I need you to get to that safe place now. If you're up and down
35 in and out of Bassfield, particularly down to the south. I need you folks to take cover immediately. You folks in Melba have about 5 minutes. Because again, this is a little old data. This is about 2 or 3 minutes old. So you guys have got about 5 minutes. You folks in Collins have about 15 minutes. This is moving pretty quickly at 55 miles an hour. So you guys have about 15, maybe as long as 20 minutes before it's on you. 429 in Sanford, Eminence, and Oak Vale, you folks down the line have between about 18 and 25 minutes before it's near you. So you don't have much time, so we need you guys to take action now. Make sure that you've got all your supplies and everything with you when you head to your safe spot. That interior room, that interior bathroom, interior closet. I prefer the bathroom. There tends to be a little more structure involved with bathrooms.
It's updated.
And so, yeah, we've got the update from the National Weather Service in here. It tends to be a little, let's clear this off. And
That's the tornado right there.
Yeah, so we're finally able to kind of see it just off to the south of Bassfield in here.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there's your...
It's just crossed 35.
Yeah, there's your, right in there. And again, this data, it shoots it, it gets back to the National Weather Service, it gets processed and then kicked out. So this data is probably over a minute old. So I really, with how fast these are traveling for today, a minute ago, it was crossing over 35. That means only a minute from now, it's going to be just off to the south of Bassfield, crossing over 42. So I need you folks along 42 and in and near Melba to get to your safe space now. That interior room, that interior bathroom, and that interior closet. I need you to take with you the helmets if you got them, pillows and blankets. We just want to protect you from what's happening outside. So long as you're in that interior room, that's your best place to be. That's the safest place to be. If you've got a storm shelter, hey, that's even better. Head there now if you can. If you don't have an interior room or an interior bathroom or an interior closet, you don't have like a coat closet or something in an interior hallway, make your own by just closing all the doors to that interior-most hallway in your house and take cover there. And do what you can to stay there while whatever's happening outside passes by.
And they're still describing it as a large and violent tornado.
Yeah, so the National Weather Service says that this is a life-threatening situation. That is their words, not ours. This was once observed. They are now calling this a radar confirmed. So they had observation, and now they have confirmation from the radar, from the debris being lofted up into the air, saying that it would be near Collins around 4:30. So 4:30 near Collins. That's from the National Weather Service. And again, this is pretty messy stuff in here, given all of the hail contamination that we're going to have for today and everything else. So it is going to be a little difficult for us at times, a lot of times, for us to ID specifically where the couplet is. We're not going to get the dot of debris like we normally do on our debris detector. It's going to tend to look a little messy like this. But do know that it is out there. It has been observed by somebody, by a spotter or a chaser, and relayed to the National Weather Service, and that's why they're concerned about the tornado threat. So, yeah, just off to the south of Bassfield, the National Weather Service noting that there's a clear RFD surge there. A large and violent tornado is imminent just south of Bassfield. Cover needs to be taken now. That's directly from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, we don't make that up. That comes from the official folks.
So crossing over 42, I need you folks in Seminary. I need you folks in Seminary. If you're living in and around Seminary, if you're up and down 49, if you're up and down Seminary Mike Connor Road, I need you folks to take cover now. Lake Mike Connor Road, take cover now. We got new information coming out from the Weather Service here. Brandon will get to that here in a second. I don't want to forget about you folks back off to the southwest across parts of northern Walthall County.
That's what they just warned of.
And northern Marion County and southern Lawrence County. We are still watching this storm back here. For you folks up and down 583, 44, 27 in northern Walthall County, I need you folks to be in your safe place again. Again, I need you back there again. You've got another one coming down the pike. This is not the same warning again. That's not a mistake or a glitch. There is another storm that is headed your direction. And this one needs to be taken just as seriously as the previous one. And those are our two storms right now. As we zoom things back out, there is another one down and just off to the southwest of that the National Weather Service has a severe thunderstorm warning on right now. This one will also need to be watched, given the environment for today, for it to start spinning and perhaps producing a tornado at some point. As we zoom things back into what's happening just off to the south and east, Bassfield crossing over 42. This is something that you don't see very often down here, but this is folding over on itself a couple of different times, and we've got a very violent and very strong tornado. Brandon, if you could do me a favor and ask the National Weather Service here in chat how high the debris is being lofted on radar, we can give people an idea about how strong or potentially strong the tornado may be. And again, this isn't, the National Weather Service would still have to go out and double check this to see what the final stats were, but this, I want to give everyone an idea about just how strong this may be. So we're going to ask the National Weather Service how high the debris is being lofted into the air on radar for you guys, to give you guys an idea about what to expect downstream. And I mentioned you folks in Jeff Davis County, so we have a new radar scan in here. It's real messy, and this is why we really rely on the National Weather Service to dig into the data a little bit deeper than we are able to here, and why we trust their judgment on a lot of these things. Western Jeff Davis County, you folks, if you're west of 35, while it is raining and thundering, you guys can rest a little easy for now. But do know that there is another tornado-warned storm just off to the southwest of you. For eastern Jeff Davis County and parts of southern Covington County, you folks are still underneath the tornado warning. If you're living in Collins and south of Collins, all the way down 49, 589, you pick your road south of Collins in Covington County, or along and south of 84 in Covington County. I need you to take cover now and do what you can to protect yourself by putting as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as you possibly can. We always recommend you get to that interior room, that interior bathroom, an interior closet if you can, and grab the helmets and take them with you, and make sure that you've got as much stuff protecting you from what's happening outside as possible. We want to protect you folks from what's happening out there. Do we have any word from the National Weather Service, Brandon, on?
They have not responded yet, Nick.
Okay.
Not yet.
They're probably a little busy right now.
Right, and rightfully so. So when you're seeing blues, there's dark blues on there, by the way, folks at home, we're talking about 100 mile an hour wind as estimated by radar. And again, we're looking up pretty high in the clouds at that point. We're looking up at about 3,000 feet, but that's at least 100 mile an hour wind. When you saw those bright yellows a little bit earlier, that was somewhere between 70 and 80 or 90 miles an hour. So the National Weather Service is concerned about this large and destructive tornado. This has been observed by people. This has been observed in the past. It is now radar confirmed. As they've been able to look into and see, we're back to getting a debris signature that
I see that definitely.
That is meaningful. Yeah, and they're going to issue a tornado emergency on this. A tornado emergency is going to be issued on this for folks downstream across parts of Jeff Davis and Covington County. I need you folks in seminary. Seriously, I need you folks in seminary. Get to your safe place now. Now. This thing's moving at about highway speed, so it's not going to take that long to get there. The last couple of scans, it's kind of flattened out a little bit, but I need you folks south of Collins, north of the county line with Forest and Lamar County. I need you guys to take cover. But if you're living in and around Seminary, I need you there now. I need you to start moving now. I need you to protect yourself from what's happening out there now. Interior bathroom, interior closet, the helmets, we've said that countless times. But if you're just tuning in, If you're living in Seminary and it's getting kind of breezy, it's raining real hard, maybe you got a little bit of hail outside and you're going, well, what's happening out here? What do I need to know?
This could easily be rain wrapped.
These are, and thank you, Rex. That is a great point. I don't need you folks poking your head outside to see if you can see it. And there's your new debris signature there. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see this. This is going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be hail wrapped. There's going to be debris wrapped, perhaps. You've got enough humidity out there this afternoon and early evening that we're talking. You're not going to see this thing. You're starting to get toward dusk. Plus, you're looking back towards sunset with it coming at you from kind of the west-southwest. You're not going to be able to see this thing. You're going to have to just trust the National Weather Service. Trust the storm spotters that are down the road from you that have said, we see this.
It's 9 miles southwest of Collins.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving rapidly that way, 55 miles per hour.
So this may slide maybe just north of Seminary, given the latest track, somewhere between Seminary and Collins, crossing over 49 in the next couple of minutes. And they still have this going at 55 miles an hour, Brandon and Rex, is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct. It's correct.
Okay. So we just got a new scan on this. I'm going to pull this out, doing it 55 miles an hour at 4:31 in Seminary. So you guys have less than 10 minutes. Evidence in 4:36. The folks at Mitchell Farms, we were out there doing our 7 on the road. 4:37 for you folks at Mitchell Farms. 4:39 Oak Vale. I need you folks to get to your safe place now. Do what you can to protect yourself from this storm. And
you can clearly see the debris in it.
Yeah, and if we go back to the wind here, you can also see that we've got a little bit of folding over again. So we've got a very large and destructive tornado.
Nick, we just found out it looks like debris is being lofted up to 15,000 feet.
Up to 15,000 feet, thank you. So that is EF2, EF3, according to the National Weather Service guidelines out of Jackson. If it gets up to 18,000 feet, now just to put this into perspective, it's at 15,000. The second it gets to around 18,000, we start to talk about 4s and 5s. So we're currently estimating, based off of past available data, that it could be as strong as an EF2 or an EF3 on the ground right now. If that debris gets lofted up any higher, or the National Weather Service gets data back showing that they see debris any higher, then we start talking about an even stronger tornado. This isn't the end-all, be-all. We'll, of course, have to wait till the National Weather Service goes out there. But what I'm trying to do is paint you guys a picture of what you are going to be taking cover from and why we need you guys to take this very seriously. I know Zach's probably got me loaded up on the green wall. If he doesn't, Zach in TMP in production, if you could do that for me. I know you're quick with the button pressing back there, so I appreciate it. And I just want to highlight a couple of quick things on here that we're seeing. And we're going to area of circulation is down here. You can see the debris that's being lofted into the air. Down the road from this, where we're tracking this, is off to the kind of the east-northeast or the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. There's your debris ball. Looks like this one is going to slide maybe just off to the north of Seminary, just off to the south of Collins. You folks in Seminary are probably dealing with some very strong wind right now and maybe a little bit of rain, but if you're just tuning in because stuff looks a little dark off in the distance, there's a tornado crossing over the county line between Jeff Davis and Covington County. For you folks in Williamsburg and Collins, it looks like the worst of this may pass just off to your south. But I need you folks in your safe place as well right now. If you're living up and down 49 between Collins and Seminary, I need you folks in your safe place right now. I need you guys to do what you can to protect yourself from a potential EF2 or EF3 tornado that could be on the ground just off to your kind of west-southwest. The National Weather Service noting that we've got debris being lofted up 15,000 feet. At 18,000 feet, it is estimated that that is where an EF4 tornado begins. So we're probably looking at an EF3 crossing over the county line and into parts of Covington County. Fellas, do we have any new information? And there's some new data from the National Weather. There's your new radar. And again, remember how earlier I said there's a lot of hail contamination, so it's going to be kind of difficult at times to see where this is. We no longer have hail contamination. That is the whole tornado right there. And it looks like it's continuing on its trek, and it's going to be just barely off to the north of Seminary. So if you're in Seminary, or if you're living just north of Seminary, I need you folks into your safe place right now. I need you to do what you can to protect yourself from what's happening out here. As this continues to lift off to the north and east, eventually it'll cross over 49, and as we mentioned a couple minutes ago, for you folks out near Mitchell Farms, that's going to be on you guys in the next little bit. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit tighter and try and highlight a couple of roads on here for you folks. McDonald Chapel Road, I need you folks in Hughes Road, Cold Springs Road, Seminary to Williamsburg Road. I need all you folks to take cover immediately. If you're on Kelly Creek Road, up and down 49, Old Highway 49, as we make our way off to the north and east, Watts Road, we need all of you folks to do what you can to take cover now. There is a large and destructive tornado on the ground. That's where it is, or where it was about a minute or two ago when we got data in from the National Weather Service. This is moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. Very quickly off to kind of the east-northeast. Cola.
And it seems to be holding up.
Cola at 433. Yeah, Rex makes a good point that the tornadoes today are not going to be down on the ground for a couple of minutes and then lift. This is not the normal situation where we say brief, weak tornado, it may be on the ground for a couple of minutes. These are going to be long track, strong tornadoes. The National Weather Service noting that with debris being lofted up 15,000 feet, spotters on the ground observing a tornado in the distance, that this is not a brief and weak tornado. Real quick, back down off to the south and west, we still have the tornado warning in effect for northern Walthall County. I still need you folks to be in your safe place now. You can see that this one is actually in extreme northern Walthall County, crossing over 44. And for you folks up and down 27 into southern Lawrence County, I need you folks in your safe place right now as well. And the National Weather Service, did I see that correctly, Brandon?
Right. Yeah, they're going to continue this downstream to Jones County with a tornado. This is going to be a tornado emergency warning.
Okay, so they're continuing the tornado emergency for our original warning, and this is going to be continued downstream. This is going to include you folks in Ellisville and Laurel.
It looks like it's gotten stronger to me.
Well, yeah, so as the radar has come back around, yeah, we still have wind in here in excess of, according to radar here, again, up at about 2 to 3 to 4,000 feet of 100 miles an hour. So this is a new one coming out from the Weather Service. This one is going to be the last tornado, the second tornado, excuse me, right, Brandon?
Correct, that's correct. Now this is going to, and also right behind that, they're issuing the tornado warning now. Like you just said, this is going to be for Jasper Jones until 5:30, and so that'll be continuing to those counties until 5:30.
All right, thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it. So again, folks, as we continue to monitor these, there we go. As we continue to monitor both of these, we now have a tornado emergency. So there's tornado watch, there's a tornado warning, and then there's a tornado emergency. The tornado emergency is only issued by the National Weather Service when they're concerned about an extremely dangerous situation and a truly life-threatening situation for you. So what I need you folks to do right now, if you're living up and down 49 south of Collins, north of Seminary, I need you to take cover now. If you're downstream from this, I don't need to tell you folks in Laurel and Sandersville what to do. Hey, you guys were just there a couple months ago. Ellisville, take cover. Now get to your guys' safe place. And again, further downstream from this, Heidelberg, Sandersville, yeah, you folks have some extra time. So double check and make sure that in your safe spot in your house, that interior room, that interior bathroom, and that interior closet, you got all your stuff. Make sure you got your shoes on. Heaven forbid something happens and you got to get out and there's going to be debris somewhere. We don't want you to hurt yourself getting out of that safe place. Make sure you got your helmet with you. Excuse me?
You mean to draw a cone in there? And
It's okay for the moment, Rex. Thank you. What I need you folks to do is take your helmet and do what you can to take the stuff with you that protects you from what's happening outside. Again, that's the tornado emergency, which is in effect. We'll zoom back in here in a second for you folks just off to the south of Collins, just to the north of Seminary, as this continues downstream and into parts of Jones County. Down off to the south and west, across parts of southern Lawrence, northern Walthall County, this tornado-warned storm is going to be going down roughly the same track, although it looks like this one's going to slide maybe a little further off to the north of where the last one did, across parts of more Lawrence and Jeff Davis County, and eventually lift its way through parts of Covington County and eventually down the road toward parts of Smith County as well. So we've got two different tornado-warned storms right now, folks, that we need you guys to keep tabs on. And we're going to zoom back into what's happening in Collins and Seminary as this crosses over 49 right now. That, my friends, crossing over 49 is, if we were to make an estimation based off of radar, you're talking about wind speeds up over 160 miles an hour.
look at that.
You're up over 160 miles an hour.
And this must be a very large tornado.
This is going to be a very large, very destructive tornado, and that is why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado emergency for you folks in Covington County. Crossing over 49 right now, Watts Road, Willow Grove Church Road. Need you folks in Evergreen Church Road, Stuart Leggett Road, Mitchell Road. You folks at Mitchell Farms, if you're living up there, Providence Church Road. I need all of you folks to take cover now. We can go back to the debris, and you can see that we are starting to get some more maybe hail contamination in here, but there's your debris right there. This could be a rather long track tornado. That is a word directly from the National Weather Service. They're concerned that this one isn't going anywhere anytime soon. There's your updated debris right in there. Again, for you folks, Watts Road, it's on you right now. Willow Grove Road, I need you folks on Mitchell Road, down the road from Collins, down 84. I need you folks to take cover immediately. I need you to put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as you possibly can. For Brandon and Rex, if you guys could do me a favor and ask the National Weather Service again how high debris is being lofted. I want to double check on this for folks. Again, if you're up and down 588, I need you to take cover as well. County Line Road, again, Mitchell Farms is on here. DeWitt Fowler Road, Mitchell Road. Basically, if you're living east of 49 and north of Seminary and out near Mitchell Farms, I need you folks to take cover immediately. There is a life-threatening, words from the National Weather Service, a life-threatening tornado on the ground moving through parts of Covington County that you need to protect yourself from. So down the road, further from this, along 84 into parts of Jones County, you folks in Soso, Calhoun, Shady Grove, Laurel, Powers, Sharon, Sandersville. I need you folks to get to your safe place now. I need you guys to do what you can to protect yourself from what's happening outside in this storm. You can see where this thing is wrapped up pretty tight in here. We've got our main area of circulation right in here. It looks like it's going to cross over 588 here shortly across parts of Covington County.
They do have multiple reports of damage.
And that's out of Covington County. That's from the emergency management. Did I see that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Emergency management.
Thank you, Rex. So they've got multiple reports. Debris is being lofted up to 25,000 feet. So we have, again, based on past research, folks, based on past research, we've got at least an EF4 on the ground.
And it's probably not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, Rex is right. With debris being lofted up 25,000 feet, again, the National Weather Service in Jackson, they've done the research. They say that they estimate that this would be stronger than an EF4 on the ground right now across parts of Covington County. Looks like we got a new scan in there. Can one of you guys hit F12 on the keyboard for me on max 1, please? Thank you. We've got kind of the leading edge. It's wrapping around the backside. Thank you, Brandon. This is going to be crossing over 588 right now, and it's going to continue off to the northeast. Looks like it's riding on the northern side of this warning. So I need you folks downstream from this in Hebron along 84, and as you make your way north to Soso as well, to definitely take cover from this. If you're in the polygon anywhere, it's important to protect yourself from what's happening. Again, the National Weather Service saying debris being lofted up 25,000 feet in the air is commensurate with an estimated EF4 or stronger tornado on the ground right now. This has been an observed tornado, so people have seen this thing. Spotters have seen this on the ground. It has been confirmed by radar with the debris being up in the air. So I know a lot of times folks will say, well, is it really a tornado? We've got 2 pieces of evidence. Other people have seen it, and the radar has seen the debris being lofted up this high into the air. So we need you folks to take this very seriously. If you're along 588, this thing's on you right now. If you're downstream from this along 84 and off to the south across parts of Jones County, you folks in Oak Vale, I need you folks to take cover now. If you're anywhere off to the east of that and down toward Ellisville, it looks like right now this is going to stay to the north of you folks downstream toward Ellisville. But if you live off to the northwest, of Ellisville, I need you folks in your safe place right now. If you live anywhere up 29 out of Ellisville, I need you folks in your safe place right now. And again, along 84 and down toward Calhoun, and especially up towards Soso, out toward Shady Grove, on the north side of Laurel, pretty much everywhere in Laurel. I need you folks getting ready to get into your safe place now. This thing's moving at highway speed, so for you folks that have ever driven down 84 from the county line into Laurel, or from the county line to wherever it is that you take the turn off to go to where do you live, that's how fast this thing is moving toward you. To kind of put that into perspective. So still waiting for the next scan from the National Weather Service to roll in, but you folks along, again, 588, there's Oak Vale, just off to the north of you folks, we've got anywhere between 100 and 160 mile an hour estimated wind from radar over the last little bit in here. So this is lofting debris up to 25,000 feet. So make sure that you are taking this storm seriously. I need you in that interior room. If you're just tuning in, that interior room, that interior bathroom, that interior closet. If you've got an interior bathroom and an interior closet, you're saying, well, which one do I pick? I prefer the bathroom. There tends to be some more structure in there with the pipes and everything else that goes on in the bathroom to help keep you safe. We just want to put as much stuff between you and this thing as we possibly can. You folks, you guys have some new info from the Weather Service here?
I mean, they're just saying places where it's going to be crossing over Highway 84.
Perfect.
From
What do we
Covington
got?
to Jones County.
Okay, in Jones County, what do we got?
They said the tornado emergency is expected to cross south of Highway 84 from Covington into Jones County.
Yeah, so perfect. Thank you, guys. So we're crossing over the county line here shortly. Still waiting for the latest scan from the radar here, but that's going to be crossing it. There it is. Crossing over the county line. You can see the bright yellows and oranges showing back up with the bright blues and bright greens. We're talking about wind speeds somewhere between 100 miles an hour stacked right up next to winds that are 100 miles an hour. So that is a pretty good indication that we've got a very serious tornado on the ground. One thing I do want to back out for you folks that are down off to the south and west of where we're looking right now in Lawrence County. There is another tornado warned storm. This one just as potent, it looks like, on radar, perhaps maybe a little smaller, but is kicking out equally as strong winds, somewhere between, instead of talking about 100 to 160, we're instead talking about 80 to 100 mile an hour wind in here. Once it folds over and goes pink like that, that's either bad data or wind up over 160 miles an hour. Because it's just one little sliver, I tend to think it's probably some bad data. But for you folks in Oak Vale, up and down 587 in Lawrence County, I need you to take cover now. We can look and see if we've got debris on here. And yeah, there's your debris signature. It's going to be crossing over 587, moving northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour in the next couple of minutes. You folks in Oak Vale, up and down 43 in Lawrence or Jeff Davis County, I need you folks to get to your safe place as fast as possible as well. Looks like we've got maybe another tornado warned storm out here as well. Did I?
Yeah, Nick, they're going to continue that one. That's for Jeff Davis and Lawrence until 5:15.
Okay. Getting back up to what's crossing over right now, the county line into parts of Jones County. This is getting pretty tough to see in here. It's getting to be kind of pea soup, but you can still see that we do have a debris signature here being highlighted just off to the southeast, or kind of the east-southeast of Mitchell Farms. The National Weather Service still noting that this is a large, destructive, and life-threatening situation, continuing that tornado emergency for parts of Jones County. You folks in Hebron, it's going to be just off to the south of you folks as it passes by, but it's going to be so close. I really need you folks in that safe place now. It looks like it's crossing over Timothy Road, the county line right now. Hebron Centerville Road, Ben Pitts Road, Dusty Road, Centerville Road, Sand Hill Church Road, Danny Hilbrun Road. I need you folks to take cover now. I need you to put as much stuff between you and what's happening out here as we possibly can to give you guys a couple more areas of interest. Soso at 452, Calhoun at 454, the Laurel Airport by 456, and Shady Grove by 458. That is assuming that this continues at 55 miles an hour, but it's been kind of going back and forth for a short period of time. It was doing 65. I think it's been going as slow as 50 miles an hour at times. But we've got a new scan here. Let me pull this up for you folks. And again, West Jones, thank you. West Jones Elementary School is in here at 450. Calhoun by 453. Thank you, Zach. By 453. So you folks at West Jones High School and Elementary School are in here as well. Let's put this back on here. By about 4:45, so you've got about 3 to 4 minutes. You've got about 3 to 4 minutes on here. You figure if it's going 50, let's say it's going 60 miles an hour, that's easy math. It's 13 minutes to Shady Grove. You know, we can go to West Jones. That's 9 minutes to West Jones High School, 8 minutes to the elementary school, about 10 minutes to Calhoun, and that's if it's going 60 miles an hour.
It's just crossing the western Jones County.
Thank you. So that's straight from the Weather Service saying it's crossing over Hebron Centerville Road right now. Need you folks to take cover as soon as you can, like right now. You can see it showing up very brightly here on our velocity map, our storm relative velocity. Noting that it's crossed over just south of 84. Okay, thank you. This is still showing wind in excess of 150 miles an hour.
Multiple homes were damaged by this particular cell as it moved through in northern Walthall County.
Okay, thank you, Rex. So now we've got multiple pieces of evidence. We've got the debris being lofted up into the air. We've got storm spotters that have seen this thing on the ground, and now we've got reports of homes being damaged from it across parts of Walthall County. We also had earlier reports out of Covington County of damage as well.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing specific yet. Have we had any specific information with respect to that?
Nothing yet for that. But we do this is out of Jackson, the National Weather Service. They're going to continue that for this is Jasper and Jones until 5:30.
Read the rest of it.
All right, thank you. We got anything else in there? Nope.
Yeah, it's let's see. Confirmed large and destructive tornado was located 10 miles southeast of Taylorsville, or 11 miles northwest of Ellisville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Okay, thank you. So this thing's still
on the ground.
Still on the ground, still moving very quickly. Looks like it's about to cross over 84 in Jones County. About to cross over 84 in Jones County. So for you folks on Soso Big Creek Road, Jesse's Road, J.P. Parker Road, Tressy's Lane, Danny Hilbrun Road, I need all of you folks to take cover immediately. I need you to put as much stuff between you and the debris that's being lofted right in here. There's your tornado. this is moving kind of east-northeast at 55, 50 to 60 miles an hour. It's kind of going back and forth. But get to that safe interior room. Put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as you possibly can. If you've got a tub in the bathroom, jump into that. For you folks that are downstream from this, in Laurel, in Sandersville, even in Soso, for you folks that have a couple of extra minutes, this is going to sound crazy, but it may save your life. If you can grab one of the kids' mattresses, the twin size mattress or something, and take it with you into the bathroom, hop in the tub, throw the mattress on top of you, I can tell you that I worked with an anchor that went through the Joplin, Missouri tornado. She survived with a twin mattress on top of her in her bathtub. Took a direct strike right across the street. Managed to survive with half of her building gone with a mattress on top of her in the tub of her bathtub. So it sounds crazy, but I'll tell you folks, I've got firsthand people telling me that it works. Looks like this has crossed over 84 now. It's on Coon Jeffcoat Road. We're near Soso Big Creek Road. You folks on Burness Hill Road, J.P. Parker Road. This looks like it's headed toward the south side of Soso. I need you folks in Soso to do what you can to get to that safe place right now. I need you to put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside right now. Pillows, blankets, helmets if you can. Take the kids' helmets and throw them on. Protect yourself from the debris that has been in the air, being lofted up to 25,000 feet at times from this tornado. That's what we want to protect you from. We want to put as many walls between you and what's happening outside as we can. For you folks near West Jones High School, I need you to get to your safe place now. Shady Grove, I need you to get to your safe place now. For you folks in Ellisville, this does look like it's going to stay north of you. Same goes at Jones College. You folks at the Laurel Airport are probably okay from this, but I need you guys to kind of be near or very close to your safe place if you're living near the Laurel Airport. West Jones Elementary School, I need you folks in your safe place now. Down the road from this, looks like you folks in the Sharon community and out towards Sandersville. Also, I need you folks in your safe place right now. I need you to do what you can to protect yourself from this storm. Do we have any new information from the National Weather Service on this one or the other tornado-warned storm, which is crossing over and just north of Oak Vale and about to get into parts of Jeff Davis County?
Nothing at the moment, Nick, but continuing to keep an eye on it for sure.
Thank you. So this has crossed over. This secondary one, secondary tornado-warned storm is now just crossed over 43 north of Oak Vale. This is going to be moving into parts of Jeff Davis County, up and down Highway 13 south of Prentice and north of Society Hill. I need you folks to get to your safe place now. For you folks down the road in Prentice, Carson, and in Bassfield, I need you folks to get to your safe place as well. When you do, take the cell phones with you. Make sure they're good and charged up. Turn the TV up real loud so you can continue to get updates from us. And make sure that you can get the latest information and hang tight for us in your safe place. From Prentice to Carson to Bassfield and back toward Highway 13 across Jeff Davis County.
This is two major tornadoes following similar paths.
Right. I'll say this. Downstream from this secondary one, I need you folks in Collins, if you are just taking cover, I need you to get prepared to take cover again from this second storm. I think you folks in Mount Olive, basically Collins on a split. If you live south of Collins, it looks like this one may slide just to your north. If you're living north of Collins and you got missed by the last one, this next one is going to be one that we need you to pay close attention to. And then north of that into parts of Smith County. For you folks in Jasper County, here's this next one that you folks are going to have to worry about here shortly. Up and down 15, up and down 537. And as you make your way off to the northeast toward Vosburg, that's this first one that we've been talking about. We can go back to the debris, and you can see that, yeah, it's pretty pronounced on here. So for you folks in Soso, if you're just tuning in, but it's just getting bad near you, I need you to get to your safe place immediately. You've got less than a minute to get there. This data is probably a minute or two. There you go. This data was a minute or two old. It's going right into Soso.
And it hasn't weakened at all, I don't believe.
No. Could we ask the Weather Service how high we've got debris up again? Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I need you folks in Soso right now to take cover. There's you folks in Soso. There's the debris that's being lofted up by this tornado. Because the upper level winds are spraying the debris downstream from this, you could make the argument that the tornado itself is probably on maybe the back side of where your debris signature is, but at this distance from the radar, we don't know. So we need to act like the whole debris ball that you see here is the tornado. It could be anywhere in here, so I need you folks in Soso, up and down 28 here, to do what you can to protect yourself, get to that safe place now. As you make your way down 28 toward Old Soso Road and down toward West Jones High School, it looks like this is going to slide just off to the north of West Jones High School. As you make your way off to the east near Welch Road, I need you folks to take cover. Near Service Road, need you folks to take cover. Looks like maybe we just got some new information from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, we do, Nick. We're trying to, everybody's on this chat and everything's just moving so fast.
Yeah.
They're thinking about issuing a tornado emergency for the one coming into, I think, Covington County?
That'd be the one coming into Jeff Davis and into Covington?
Yeah, the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Oak Vale.
Okay, so that was the second one that we were just talking about a couple moments ago. You've got your debris signature here, tornado emergency in effect for this one as it's heading into Soso. We're going to hang out here for you folks in Soso, and downstream with this one, we'll get back to that second tornado warned storm here in just a second. But yeah, it's crossing, it's taken a direct strike on Soso right now.
That's what they say. The storm spotter reports a large tornado now entering Soso.
Now entering Soso. So again, you folks in Soso need to take cover now. I mean, I don't need to tell you that. You're probably noticing what's happening outside right now. I need you to get to that safe place immediately. If you're just off to the northeast of Soso, I need you folks to get to your safe place right now as well and put as much stuff between you and this strong, destructive, and in the words of the National Weather Service, life-threatening tornado. We need you guys to protect yourself from what's happening out there. As we kind of go down the street a little bit, you can see how messy some of this data gets in here. So there's your debris signature there. We can continue this thing off to the northeast.
That one in Jefferson Davis kind of, I mean, Covington, but no, Jefferson Davis kind of looks like it's hitting a little larger to me.
So you folks in Moss, thank you, Rex. We'll get back to that here in a second. In Moss by 5 o'clock, and it looks like we got some new data in here. Let me zoom back out, and you can see that the debris is being kind of spread out a little bit. We're probably getting some contamination in here, but this is the real deal. We still have wind in excess of 100 miles an hour at the very least in Soso. Did we ever hear back from the National Weather Service on the debris, how high it's being lofted?
They did not, Nick. They did not get back at the moment.
That's all right. So yes, as Rex was noting, this one does look like it's getting a little better defined. So for you folks in Carson, up 42 toward Prentice, I need you folks to get to your safe place right now. This one's going to be a little messy as well because we've got a lot of hail contamination based on the direction that we're looking at it from the radar. But we can slide back into the storm relative, and yeah, we've got folding happening here, so we've got wind in excess of 100 miles an hour on this one as well. So matter of fact, if Brandon, if you could double check with the Weather Service on the debris on this one too, thank you. So for you folks across 42 in Jeff Davis County, and then downstream from this, we'll put another cone on this one as well. For you folks in Carson at 4:59, Lone Star at 5:06, Williamsburg at 5:12, Collins at 5:16, Smith at 5:20. Yes, you folks at Mitchell Farms again at 5:23 as a possibility, and Mize at 5:27. So we've got. So we're getting word now that, yes, from the National Weather Service, it went right over the Soso community. That first one went right over and right through the Soso community. If you know somebody in Soso and you're concerned about them, What officials have told me in the past is that to text them, don't call them. A text is more likely to get through and doesn't clog up the phone system, the 4G as much. So if you are concerned about somebody, you shoot them a text message to check on them. That's the easiest and easiest way and most reliable way to get through. Yeah.
So for that one that's is that south of Prentice that we were looking at, they're saying 20,000 feet. That's actually coming from Patrick.
Okay. So Patrick helping us out, 20,000 feet on the debris here.
That'd be a significant tornado, wouldn't it?
That would be. So again, we were talking about 18,000 feet based on the National Weather Service and Jackson's research, being EF4 or stronger as an estimation. Again, they still have to go out and check things. But you're talking about an EF4, a violent and catastrophic tornado possible across parts of Jeff Davis County. So we've got two of these on the ground right now, one across parts of central Jeff Davis County, the other one across northern Jones County, which is going to be crossing into Jasper County here shortly. Looks like the center of this one is moved out of Soso and is crossing over near Welsh Road, Matthews Road here shortly, Shady Grove to Moss Road. As you make your way further off to the northeast, County Road 23, and eventually County Road 811, 23, 13 as you get into parts of Jasper County. This one still has a large debris signature on it, crossing over 15 north of Shady Grove and toward the county line with Jasper County. If you're in southern Jasper County, northern Jones County, I need you folks to do what you can to get to that safe place as soon as you can. Downstream from this looks like it's going to stay north of Shady Grove, north of Sandersville. But for you folks in Heidelberg, I need you folks to be getting toward your safe place as well. National Weather Service noting up to 20,000 feet also. Perfect. Do you guys have any other new information over there from either the National Weather Service or other radar?
We got something here now. Let's see. They're saying all interest in Wayne County should closely monitor this storm coming in from Jones County. So.
Okay. So if we go back to the radar here, for folks in Wayne County, I tend to think that this one's going to stay maybe a little bit further to the north, but folks in Clark County will have to pay close attention to this one. Same goes in Jasper County. Back off to the southwest, folks in Covington County and Jeff Davis County are dealing with that secondary storm. Back off to the south and west of that, it looks like that next storm that we were watching has weakened. Thank goodness. We do have a couple more storms out here to keep tabs on, but nothing severe warned or tornado warned at this time. We just have the two storms here. Looks like the National Weather Service maybe updated the one in Jones County here. What can you guys tell me about that?
Yeah, that's correct, Nick. So this is coming out of Jackson. For Jasper, Jones County, it's going to go till 5:30. At 4:57, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Moss or near Stringer, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So moving it, you said 50, right? Let me double check this real quick, right? Okay, thank you. Let me pull a new cone out for everybody at home. And so near Bonner at 5:07, Haney at 5:10, Heidelberg, we were just mentioning them for you folks at 5:13, and Vossberg at 5:18. Again, these things are moving at highway speed today. So these are not meandering toward you. So when you are put underneath a warning, we need you folks to take action kind of immediately. You know, usually we say, okay, well, if you're at the very edge of the polygon, maybe you have a little bit of extra time. Today is not one of those days, unfortunately. Today is a day where these are moving very quickly. We now have new information on that second one. It looks like they've got, that second one is now observed as well. So somebody's seen this second warning as well, this second warned storm. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Nick, and that's for Jefferson Davis County, and that'll be until 5:15 7:15 p.m. And so that's a confirmed and large destructive tornado that was located over Carson or 16 miles west of Collins. That tornado is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
Zach has just handed me a note in here. Let me make sure I got this right, Zach, before you leave us. Soso Fire Department, volunteer fire department, has taken a direct hit from this storm. And you were saying that people were inside? Okay. And that's a viewer called in to let us know that? Thank you. Of course, we're calling people and we're making sure that everyone's okay. We're going to get reporters out there as soon as it's safe. Of course, we don't want we don't want to add to any problems or clog up the roads or anything. But we're going to make calls and we're going to make sure that that everyone's okay and report the damage to you folks when we get it. For you folks in Carson, again, crossing over 42 just off to the south of Prentice, downstream from this in Williamsburg, the National Weather Service, I would guess, is going to take this downstream and into parts of Covington County, and this would be the north side of Collins, Williamsburg, and up 49 toward Mount Olive. This would likely include folks in Hot Coffee as well, and into parts of Smith County. Getting back to the original storm, which looks like it has lifted across the county line and is into parts of southern Jasper County. Southern Jasper County, looks like we got some new information from the Weather Service. We'll get to that here in a second. Southern Jasper County, I need you folks to take cover on County Road 2313, 812, 23, 2391, and as you make your way out toward I-59. If you live near I-59 in southern Jasper County, south of Heidelberg, or if you live along Highway 11 in Jasper County, I need you folks to take cover immediately and get to that safe place right now. New tornado warning is in effect for that cell back in behind it, and it is a long tornado warning. And they're doing this because these storms are moving A, so quick, and they B, don't expect them to lift. Guys, what do you have for us?
So yeah, just like you were saying, Nick, again, this is coming out of Jackson. This will be for Covington and Jasper until 6 p.m.
Jones and Smith, too.
Yeah, Jones and Smith until 6 p.m. Again, this is observed tornado. It's catastrophic. This tornado is observed, and so this has already been seen. And so again, this is going to be for over Carson or 14 miles west of Collins, and this one is moving particularly at 55 miles per hour northeast.
All right, thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So if we get back into into the velocity here, we can pick this out and we can take this downstream. And McRaney by 508, Williamsburg 515, folks in Collins at 519, Mitchell Farms. Again, you folks in Mitchell Farms, if you're getting pinged in northern Covington County, I want to reiterate this. If you're getting pinged by your phone or the weather radio is going off, that's not a glitch. That's not the same tornado warning twice. This is a new tornado warning, an equally as dangerous tornado warning. In Hot Coffee at 529, Hebron at 533, Taylorsville at 536. And then our first one, it looks like maybe we got some new information on this one. This one is still packing wind in excess of 100 to 150 miles an hour based on radar. Of course, we're looking up at about 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 feet. But this one is still lofting debris up in the air. It looks like this one's crossed over now, 537 near County Road 812 in southern Jasper County. This one's moving toward Interstate 59 and toward you folks in Heidelberg. I need you in your safe place right now. Please get to your safe place immediately. Put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as you can in Heidelberg, near Heidelberg High School, up and down 59 in southern Jasper County.
And this is not confirmed, they're saying, but they're saying that major damage has occurred at Spring Creek on 29 in Soso. Multiple trees down, a large barn destroyed, roads completely impassable going on 29 north.
Okay, thank you. So again, to check on folks, a reminder, if you want to check on friends and family, shoot them a text. Don't give them a call. The phone lines don't react well to a bunch of calls at the same time, but they can always shoot text messages back and forth to folks. So back up County Road 31 in southern Jasper County. I need you in your safe place now, up and down 59 like I was saying, but you folks in Heidelberg, This one's making a beeline toward you folks there and in Vossburg, so I'm going to need you guys to be in your safe place right now. You're that interior room, that interior bathroom, and that interior closet. Back off to the south and west, we've got our second one. You can still see the debris signature on this one crossing over 35. It looks like right now as we head back over to the velocity. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of crossed over 35 and crossing over the county line and into parts of Covington County. This is going to be just to the south of 84 in parts of Covington County. I need you folks in Williamsburg and in Collins to take cover now. Put as much stuff between you and this storm as you can. I know you folks were taking cover earlier. I need you folks to take cover again. So we got at the National Weather Service, the first tornado emergency warned storm. They are going to extend this warning, into Clark County. It is currently west of Heidelberg and moving northeast at this time. That's straight from the National Weather Service. We go back up to the north here, and you can see pretty easily where this one is at, kind of right in here. And this one's moving off, they said northeast, and this one's still moving at about 55 miles an hour. It's going to be in Heidelberg at 5:15 and Vossburg at 5:19. So you folks have less than 10 minutes to get to your safe spot, that interior bathroom, that interior closet, that interior hallway. If you don't have an interior room, just close all the doors to the rooms that are going to the exterior of your house, and hey, you got yourself an interior room. Maybe it's open at one end because the hallway doesn't have a door at one end or not. But at least you're putting more walls between you and what's happening outside. Heaven forbid a tree comes down. We just want as many walls for that tree and roof area for that tree to go through before it gets to you. That's what we want. We got to protect you from what's happening outside. We're now getting tornado warnings north of here as well. So, so there's the National Weather Service updating this first one to include parts of Clark County.
Okay.
We've got it's still on CC here.
Okay, gotcha.
There's your debris signature right there. This one's going to be crossing over Interstate 59 shortly. This is going to be the next couple minutes crossing over 59.
The one for Soso with the fire department, it's confirmed that no one was in that fire department at the time.
So we're learning. Okay, so good. So no one was in the fire department. They got out.
Correct.
Terrific. So again, we're trying to get as much information out as we can to you guys to let you guys know exactly what's happening out there. We appreciate our reporters out there that are working hard to get you guys all the information, and for you folks that are calling in to let us know what it looks like near you.
We have damage reports southwest of Collins, damage to homes and power lines.
By the way, for you folks that you can safely grab a picture of the damage, and you want to help us out and let us know, all you have to do is snap a picture and send it in. You can do it on the weather app. If you're going to email it to us, that's great too. Just let us know the biggest major intersection or biggest town near you and where you are relative to that, so that we can let the National Weather Service know and they can kind of line things up with what's happening on the radar. Speaking of the radar, we do have, again, there's your debris signature is now about to cross over Interstate 59 in Jasper County. Looks like this is going to be on the north side of Heidelberg. For you folks in Vossburg, it's going to be headed toward you as well. So both you folks in Heidelberg and Vossburg are going to be dealing with this in the next 5 to 8 minutes. 5 to 8 minutes. Back down off and to the south. We've got our second area of rotation, which is crossing over Highway 84 just off to the west of Williamsburg. Okay, good. So the National Weather Service has expired the tornado warning for Jeff Davis County. So for you folks in Jeff Davis County, to zoom things back out, that tornado warning that you see on there will disappear here in a second because the National Weather Service has expired it. Back off to the southwest of that, we do have a daisy chain of a couple of thunderstorms, but nothing severe warned right now or tornado warned, and nothing rotating at this time. So that is good news. So the only two areas of rotation right now are across parts of now Covington County and Jasper County. We're going to go back down to Covington County as this one crosses over Highway 84. You've got your debris signature, as we say in the weather world, co-located with our area of rotation just off to the south of 84. It's going to be crossing over 84 momentarily north of Williamsburg, or on the north side of Williamsburg. I need you folks in Williamsburg to get to that safe place. And it looks like it may be crossing over in or near, very near Collins. So if you're living up and down 49 in or near Collins, up and down 84 in or near Collins or Williamsburg, Sunset Williamsburg Road, Campbell Fowler Road. I need you folks on Sunset Road, Skyline Road. As you make your way out to William Warner Road, Salem Church Road, I need all of you folks at Rock Hill Road to the north. I need you folks to take cover immediately. You can see here the debris signature right there, crossing over 84 in just a second. If we kind of zoom this thing back out, I want to get a good beat on exactly how this is traveling. So this looks like it's taking more. It made a quick jog to the north, but the last couple of scans, it's been kind of taking more of a beeline like that. So it looks like where 84 runs into 49, that interchange there, based on the path that it's taking right now, it'll be just to the north of 84 and 49 for you folks in Collins. But if you're anywhere in Collins, because this thing has jumped around over the last couple of scans, I need you folks to do what you can to take cover now, regardless of where you are in Williamsburg or in Collins, and act like this storm is headed right toward you. This looks like it's just now crossing over. We got some new data in here. Just now crossing over 84. We've got wind speed. Yeah, there we go. There's the latest. The wind speeds are up in excess of, based on data, around 100 miles an hour. Do we have any new information here?
So what we've been getting caller reports that are coming in of people that are stuck in houses that have probably been affected by the previous tornado. There's another tornado coming again through the almost same path. And so if you're stuck in your house and you can't get out, you're really just going to have to hunker down, because if you're in the path of this one again, it's most likely you're probably going to get hit again by this one.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. Yeah, and so for you folks that are in northern Covington County, we're kind of talking to you now. This next one, it looks like the center of this next one should be just north of the direct path of the last one, but it has jumped around a bit over the last couple of 10 to 15 minutes. So Brandon's right. If you can still hear the sound of our voice, and you're stuck because there's a tree across the front door of your house, or you can't get out of the back door, or whatever room you're in because of damage, I need you folks just to hunker down. As Brandon said, hunker down, stay there for the next little bit as this next storm moves in. The first storm now is crossing over just north of Heidelberg and Heidelberg High. It looks like it's kind of going parallel to Interstate 59 right now across County Road 820, County Road 820, and County Road 827. It's getting, we're ending up with it's getting kind of messy again in here, and this is going to be the way that it is. It's going to be kind of tough to pick out, but there's your area of debris being lofted, and you can find that matching up with your area of rotation, which is going to be kind of right in there, crossing over or near Interstate 59, just north of Heidelberg. So if you're in Heidelberg, hunker down. As Brandon said, stay in that safe place. Do what you can to stay there for the next at least 10 to 15 minutes as this blows by. But also keep in mind, as fast as this comes up on you, that's how fast it's going to leave. So yeah, it's coming at you at 60 miles an hour. The good news is it's also leaving at 60 miles an hour. So you won't have to hang out in that interior room for quite as long as you would normally. This one looks like, based on the latest data here, that it looks like it may be strengthening a little bit, and the couplet may be picking up a little bit of extra organization in here as it crosses now over Interstate 59 near the Heidelberg exit here, near 528. So County Road 872A, 827, 35, 3511, 5033. I need you folks, State Highway 503, to stay in that safe place. If you're in Vosburg, get to your safe place. If you're just tuning in because the weather's getting kind of gnarly outside, it's getting a little hairy, and you're saying, well, what's the deal? Well, we've got a tornado warning in effect for you folks in southern Jasper and parts of Clark County. You've got a observed tornado with a history of causing destruction, lofting debris up at one point to 20 to 25,000 feet. That estimates back, based off of research from the National Weather Service in Jackson, to somewhere between an EF2, EF3, and EF4 tornado. So this is a very serious and historically destructive tornado. So we need you guys to act appropriately and get to that safe place and do what you can to protect yourself from what's happening outside. Back in behind that, we've got a second area of concern that we're watching. This one with debris is crossing just north of Collins, barely. Crossing over Sunset Road right now near Highway 49, just north of Collins, just north of Highway 84 in Collins. I believe the National Weather Service, okay, never mind. I was going to say, I think they're sending in reports, but no, that's from north of here. If you're downstream from this on Heron Dees Road, again, William Warren Road, I need you folks on the east side of 49 in Covington County and along and north of 84 in Covington County to take cover right now.
Just wanted to add that we had a caller that called in from Seminary and said that there are power lines near his house down.
Okay.
So again, if you are in the path of this destruction and you're feeling like you can try to, get out of the way of the second one, right now is probably not the time for that because roads are probably have down power lines and down trees. So you just really need to hunker down right now.
Yeah, and the last thing we want is folks on the road for stuff like this, because the last place you want to be in is in a car. That's the least safe place you can be, short of just being standing out on the open road. The other thing of note, thank you, Brandon, that Brandon brings up is this crosses over Highway 49 now in the latest scan. Just crossing over Highway 49, the tornado in Covington County, is that even if you're not in the direct path of the tornado, you're probably still going to have some damage from these thunderstorms, as the wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour are going to be possible. Hailstones up to the size of quarters, $50, and golf balls are going to be possible. So even if the tornado doesn't affect you, the wind, the hail, and the rain will also affect you. It looks like we got some new information.
Yeah, we got some brand new information at 5:17. At 5:16, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Collins, moving northeast at 55.
Thank you, Rex. So this is just north of what looks like Main Street on the north side of Collins, Sunset Road, crossing over Highway 49. Again, Collins proper is probably on the south side of this, but as we just heard, the last one passed by north of Seminary. There's still power lines and trees down south of there. So for you folks in Collins, it's still going to be a very rough ride over the next little bit. It looks like the main area of rain, of the heaviest rain and the largest hail, maybe just north of Collins proper, with the debris signature now crossing over. There it is, right in there, crossing over 49 and now on the northern edge of Collins here, near Heron Dees Road, William Warren Road, and out towards Salem School Road. But you can see how messy some of the debris is in here. We've got some hail contamination happening. If we go back over to velocity, you can see that the couplet on here is still pretty strong as well. Sliding back off to the northeast, we haven't forgot you folks in Jasper County. The good news is this continues to ride up Interstate 59. The bad news is hopefully there are no cars on Interstate 59 right now, because this is moving at highway speed. This is doing 50, 60 miles an hour. This is going right across and right up 59. Looks like maybe the couplet just crossed over 59 in northern or north central Jasper County and into parts of Clark County on the north side, of Vosburg. County Road 3911, County Road 836, and County Road 411 in here on this one. This is going to be crossing over into parts of Clark County just to the south of Pachuta. Down Highway 11 between Pachuta and Vosburg. If that's where you live or that's near where you live, you need to be in your safe place now, into your interior room, your interior bathroom, and your interior closet. You need to put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as possible. As Rex mentioned earlier, this one is still moving at about 55 miles an hour off to the northeast. If we kind of drag this out and see if we can't pick up equipment in here, but we can't. Barnett by 524, Pachuta by 528, and Elwood by 531. Elwood by 531 if this continues on its current track with wind speeds in here. They look like they've come down a little bit. This doesn't look quite as robust as it did earlier, though it is still packing winds, radar estimated wind, of around 100 miles an hour. So it's still packing quite a punch, even if, and I believe they still have the tornado emergency on this one as well. It's still, even if it's not quite as big as it was. Looks like they're expiring part of the warning for parts of Jasper County for this first one. For the second one on the north side of Collins right now. For you folks in Hot Coffee down the road, 533 on the north side of 84. If you're living anywhere on the north side of 84 in Covenant County and on the east side of 49 in Covenant County, you need to take cover now and do what you can to put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as you possibly can. For you folks in Hot Coffee and Gilmer Road, Hopewell Road, I need all of you folks to take cover and put as much stuff, helmet, get the shoes, get the cell phones, turn the TV up real loud, but put as much stuff between you and what's happening with this storm outside as you possibly can. You can see that we do have the darker blues showing back up on this map. That's an indication in here when you get that kind of wrapped in. Sometimes it can be some bad data, but we've seen earlier it match up with debris signatures up around 20 to 25,000 feet with other tornadoes. So I got to think that this is probably reasonably accurate, somewhere between 100 and 150 mile an hour wind in here. So as this continues moving northeast toward 532, toward you folks in Hot Coffee, that's why we're asking to get to that safe place, get to that interior room, interior bathroom, interior closet, and throw the helmets on if you can. If you got a hard hat from work or something like that, that's great too. We just want to protect you from the potential flying debris that's going to be in the air from this tornado that's on the ground. This one has also been observed. This one was observed also, correct guys? Right? Yeah. Absolutely. So they've had spotters see this. They've had radar confirm this. So you've got two pieces of evidence in here telling you that this is the real deal. And they had debris being lofted up to 20,000 feet with this one as well. That also means stronger than an EF3 tornado based on estimations from past research from the National Weather Service in Jackson. So this is the real deal as well. This is crossing over Salem Creek Road. This is going to be moving northeast. I need you folks really in Hot Coffee up and down, again, 37 and 532 to be in that safe place right now and protect yourself from this storm. See how fast this is moving? The newest scan now is that much closer to you folks in Hot Coffee. It looks like, and I hate to say this, but it looks like it's making a straight shot for you folks in Hot Coffee. So if it's starting to rain real bad near you, or if you know somebody that's in Hot Coffee, shoot them a text. Again, don't call them. You want to shoot them a text to make sure that it gets through, to let them know that there is a tornado on the ground, and that tornado that's on the ground that the National Weather Service has dubbed a life-threatening tornado, extremely destructive tornado, is moving toward Hot Coffee. Let them know it's moving toward them. On the back side of this, you've probably got still a fair amount of wind as well. So even if you don't get the direct strike from the tornado, you're also going to have to deal with straight line wind gusts in excess of 70 to 75 miles an hour. There's probably also some hail in there, quarter size, maybe even larger than that hail. Zooming things back out and headed back up to the north and east toward you folks in Pachuta and getting into parts of Clark County, it looks like this couplet, while we are losing a little bit of radar data at this distance from the radar itself, it does look like this one is starting to maybe loosen up and fall apart a little bit. The National Weather Service, well, you guys have the new info on this. This is from the one back off to the south and west. We'll dive back here real quick. What do they have? What's the Weather Service noting on this one?
Yeah, that's correct. This is coming out of Jackson. Again, this is an observed tornado is what we've been talking about for Covington, Jasper, Jones, and Smith, and they're going to keep that warning until 6 p.m. And so, again, that's a confirmed large and destructive tornado located 7 miles northeast of Collins, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So that's quick moving tornado.
So I'm getting reports here, and I'm starting to get pictures in from folks of perhaps the tornado that went through parts of Jones County a little bit earlier. Again, if you folks have pictures and can safely take them and safely send them in, we appreciate that. It does help us out. Relay that information to the National Weather Service, and then, of course, relay that information to your neighbors down the road who, unfortunately, may also have to deal with this. So, Brandon, thank you so much for that information. New slice of data coming in for you folks in hot coffee. This one's coming up on you pretty quick. Billy Dillmore Road, Gilmore Road, Oklahoma Creek Road, Lily Valley Church Road, and for you folks, Ortha Sullivan Road. All of these areas are going to be impacted by this tornado that's on the ground right now as it crosses over 532 and passes by hot coffee. And this is going to be passing through or very near hot coffee in the next 5 minutes. I need you guys to get to that safe place immediately. I need you guys to put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as possible. I know for you folks that have maybe been watching us for a while ago, Nick, but you're repeating yourself. You've said this like 10,000 times. You're right. I have. You're absolutely right. But we've got new people that are being affected by these storms at different times. I don't want anybody to miss out on life-saving information that the National Weather Service is kicking out. So we got to make sure that the folks in hot coffee know, as we get a new scan in here, the folks in hot coffee know that you got to put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as possible. You got to throw on the helmet if you got one. Get to an interior bathroom or an interior closet. Get the pillows, the blankets. I mentioned earlier, if you can hop in the tub, if you can put like a twin mattress over the tub, even better. We just want to put you in a place that has as many walls or barriers between you and what's happening outside as possible, because we're never really concerned about the tornado getting you. We're more concerned about the debris that's in the air going through walls, going through windows, trees falling over. Even without a tornado, you get straight line wind at 70, 75 miles an hour, you could still knock a tree over, and we want you as far away from that tree as possible as well. Looks like maybe we've got some new information here from the Weather Service guys.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. That's the update for both tornadic emergency storms. Both storms are looking, although not quite as tight as it was a little while ago, still have a strong circulation and will continue. They're going to continue the tornado warnings.
Okay, thank you. So getting back up to parts of Clark County, this one passed by Pachuta just a couple of seconds ago while we were talking about the other one passing through hot coffee. This one going over Highway 11 and Highway 18 right now in parts of Clark County. For you folks in Quitman, I need you to get to your safe place. If you're up and down 145, 513, or 45 in parts of Clark County, I need you to get to that safe place right now as well. This one's moving at 55 miles an hour, so it's going to be to your area very quickly. It's not going to take long. You think about yourself, oh, I drive from Pachuta to Quitman. You can do that in however long it takes you. That's about how long it's going to take this tornado to get from there to you. The difference is it doesn't have to go around bends and turns. It just goes straight there. Back off to the south and west, you can see that now we're getting into a situation where these tornado-warned polygons are kind of one's right behind the other. As Brandon mentioned earlier, it looked like maybe these were going to be walking down the same relative street. This second one looks like it's going to pass by just to the north of where the previous one was going. Good news for the folks that got hit. Bad news for folks, unfortunately, that are going to be in the path of this storm. This one just passing just north of Hot Coffee. Looks like near Billy Dillmore Road, Barnes Cemetery Road, Bash Blackwell Road, and off to the northeast. This one should stay just to the south of Taylorsville. It's going to be crossing over Highway 37 north at a Hot Coffee here in the next less than 5 minutes. It's going to then cross over the county line into parts of extreme northern Jones County and extreme southern Smith County across Highway 28. And then it's going to move into parts of Jasper County. And the National Weather Service noting earlier that these were going to be long track tornadoes. they were concerned that these were going to be on the ground for a while. It looks like the National Weather Service saying that they're going to drop the tornado emergency tag with the tornado in parts of Clark County. They're going to continue the warning, just drop the emergency part. Okay, thanks, guys.
But we've been tracking this thing since it was in Walthall County.
Right, yeah, so this one's been on the ground for a while. So, you know, that was on the ground basically, and it's still on the ground. It's just not an emergency anymore from basically just outside of Macomb, all the way across the area toward Pachuta and out by Quitman now. So taking kind of a wide grab, kind of reset everybody. We do have more thunderstorms down into the parishes of Louisiana. These are not spinning yet. Here's the difference. The same thing happened with these storms earlier. Down towards Slidell, not to get too into the weeds real quick, but there isn't the same environment there that is here. There's a little bit of an inversion down there. You don't have the low-level spinning, low-level flow that they've got here, that we've got here down there. So things probably won't start spinning as much until they get north into our area. So we need to continue to keep tabs, and we will, down here, at what's happening to the south as it drifts our direction, a lot like these did a little bit earlier. Okay, diving back in for you folks in Hot Coffee, Taylorsville, Soso, Hebron, what you've got is this storm is going to be right kind of smack dab in the middle of all four of these places coming up in the next couple of minutes. You can see that our debris isn't quite as well defined, but that isn't maybe necessarily because the tornado isn't as well defined, but we're probably getting a little bit of hail contamination. I believe the hail on here, they were saying up to an inch, quarter-sized hail is what they were concerned about. But the tornado itself, yeah, they were concerned was a large and catastrophic, but the hail itself, I believe in the official warning said 1-inch hail. And so they were probably getting some hail contamination in there. Looks like maybe new information. Yeah, so this is the one in Clark County. Brandon, do you mind giving folks in Clark County, let me slide up here, and giving folks in Clark County a quick update?
Yeah, absolutely. And so again, this is coming out of Jackson at the National Weather Service. Again, they're looking at a radar indicated, all right, and this is for Clark until 6 p.m. And so again, this is at 5:30 p.m. when they noticed this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Stonewall or near Quitman, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, that's they're gonna continue that tornado warning, and you know if you're in this area in Clark, go ahead and start taking those precautions right now.
All right, thank you, Brandon. So for you folks in Clark County, in Stonewall, near 45, 145, 514, just off to the east of Highway 11 and north of 512, that's where this couplet is. That's where this, right in here. Oh, we got a new scan in. Perfect. Right in here. And the National Weather Service noting not as well defined as it was earlier. I think we've got some new information coming in about that second.
That's correct. They're going to continue that for Covington, Jasper, and Jones and Smith until 6 p.m. That's just continuing that tornado warning. And so a confirmed tornado was located near Taylorsville, or 8 miles southwest of Stringer, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
Okay, and I believe, did they say they're going to drop the emergency?
Right, and that's for, they're going to drop that tornado emergency for the second supercell northeast of Hot Coffee.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Rex, you've been keeping tabs on this. Have you noticed any increase, decline, or anything with either of these?
I think they're beginning to decrease a little bit.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So we've got it now crossing over into parts of, it's kind of right on the county line there with Smith, Jones, and Covington County. You can see that the debris isn't quite as well defined in here. We're having maybe a more difficult time picking out the debris, but it is still rotating, although not quite as prominently as it was earlier, and that's why the National Weather Service reducing it from an emergency to just a regular tornado warning. So this one's going to be crossing over into parts of southern Smith County here in the next couple of minutes. If you're living across and down or near Highway 28 in Smith County or northern Jones County near Johnston Road, If you're up and down County Road 7 in southwestern Jasper County, I need you folks to take cover immediately and prepare for, again, this was an observed tornado. It sure wasn't a tornado emergency. It wasn't an EF4 or an EF5, but it's still a dangerous storm and a potentially dangerous tornado that is still a life-threatening tornado. That's words from the National Weather Service. And so for folks up and down 28, and as you make your way downstream from this, let's put another storm track on this one from just about where the center is. In Summerland at 537 and Stringer at 545. Looks like you folks in Summerland are going to be right underneath this thing in the next about minute. So given that it takes about a minute for this to get here, it's going to be on you guys like right now. I need you guys to take cover right now. Protect yourself from what's happening. If you're just turning on the TV and you're down the road, maybe you're just northeast of Summerland, get to that safe place, that interior bathroom, closet, hallway, whatever you got to put as much stuff between you and what's happening outside as you possibly can. If you're not in the path, the direct path of this tornado, there's still a good chance you end up with some very heavy rain, frequent lightning, wind gusts up to 70 to 75 miles an hour, and the potential for up to quarter-sized hail out of these thunderstorms. In particular, this one crossing over 28 here in the next couple of minutes. It looks like it's crossed over 28 right now. So we're getting a little bit better view of the debris signature on here. Looks like it just crossed over Highway 28 and into parts of southern Smith County. So this is now into southern Smith County, extreme northern Jones County, maybe just crossed over the county line. This will be moving into parts of Jasper County in the next couple of minutes. So if you live in extreme southwestern Jasper County, get to your safe place right now. You're underneath a tornado warning for the next little bit. I believe this one goes until 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's 6.
Thank you. And this one is headed toward you folks in Stringer. In fact, if I kind of zoom this thing back out, we'll put another cone on this for you guys as it continues moving northeast. Stringer at 545 and Lake Como at 553. Looks like maybe we got some new information coming in. Thank you, Andron. Appreciate it. New information coming in. So again, if you're up and down County Road 10, 533 or 15, take cover now. Brandon, what do you got for us?
So this is just a tip that came in. Jones County EMA are helping rescue people trapped in homes on Matthews Road near, I think that's Hinton Road.
Near Hinton? Okay, so near Hinton Road. Thank you. So again, for folks, if you can still hear the sound of our voice, if you still got the TV on, you still have power, but you're in a place where you're stuck, know that the emergency management and county officials are going through and starting to take care of folks and get people out of where they are. So hang tight, text somebody, call somebody, let them know where you are and you need some assistance, but let them know. What do you got here, Brandon? Thank you. Let's hang on to that for a second. So again, for you folks in Stringer at 545, 553 in Lake Como, although I will say the good news with this one is we are starting to lose a little bit of the debris on here. We can still see it, but it isn't quite as pronounced as it was earlier. We've got, let's see, new information. In the Moss community was hit by the first tornado, a lot of trees and damage on Jasper. Highway 537, a few homes destroyed in Heidelberg. Inside the city limits was also hit with trees across 528 inside of the city limits. Getting reports of trees across Highway 15 at Moss, and also I-59 is now shut down due to trees in that area. So if you were trying to get somewhere up 59 through parts of Smith and Jasper County, do know that it is now closed due to trees down across the road. Again, we still have a debris signature on here. It's not quite as pronounced as it was earlier, but it is headed into parts of Jasper County and headed toward you folks in Stringer and near Stringer High School, County Road 10, County Road 713, County Road 12, County Road 17. I need you folks to take cover now. Rex, what do we got?
Nick, Lexi wants to know, is it safe for her to go to Laurel right now?
No.
Okay.
No, not quite. let's hang tight for a couple minutes here.
Yeah, just hang tight.
Let's wait until that thing blows through a little bit further. Give it another 10 minutes.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you. Again, so there's a look at the debris signature, which is maybe a little bit better. Again, it's a muddy day for us meteorologists trying to find these things, but it looks like it's crossing over the county line right now from Smith and into parts of Jasper County.
They've got a confirmed tornado over Stringer right now.
So yeah, so for you folks in Stringer, this thing's coming up on you. So we may be getting maybe just some delayed data in here. So if the National Weather Service says it's moving through Stringer, I need you folks in Stringer to take cover now. We got to trust the National Weather Service. They got access to better data than we do. So for you folks in Stringer, take cover now. I need you folks to do what you can to protect yourself. So that would mean you look at the regular radar, and yeah, so for you folks in Stringer, it's probably going to start raining real good and winding real bad. So hang tight, get to that safe place, and do what you can to protect yourself. Zooming things back out, you can start to see back off to the west of that, we do have some thunderstorm activity across parts of Simpson County with a whole mess of lightning. So far, no warnings with that. And then down off to the south, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, that these thunderstorms were not going to be rotating yet, but the anticipation was that they would move into an area in the atmosphere where they would have a better chance of getting better organized. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a cell that's coming out of the parishes of Louisiana and just barely clipping parts of Pearl River County. We'll keep tabs on this through the next little bit while we continue to track the tornado warning that's still in effect to the north. But do know, for folks that are further to the south, Columbia, Hattiesburg, Purvis, Lumberton, New Augusta, Beaumont, Lumberton, Poplarville, Wiggins, Maxey, Baxterville. You folks that have missed out on the first round of severe weather may not be completely out of the woods, not yet, but just period. We've got more thunderstorms to get through as we head through the rest of this evening. There's also more thunderstorms back in behind that, still across parts of Louisiana that we need to keep tabs on. Like we've mentioned the last couple of days, this was going to be kind of a long-term event. This wasn't just one cold front and done. This was multiple rounds of potentially severe weather that we were going to be tracking through the evening. Okay, getting back into what's happening across parts of Jasper County. The folks in Stringer took cover. Yeah, this thing's right on top of you right now. The debris signature is tough to pick out, but the National Weather Service...
They said it was over Stringer.
Is over Stringer, okay. Let's see, looks like we got some new damage reports coming in from Covington County in there. Am I seeing that correctly?
Damage to homes and power lines and seminary. Covington County, a building destroyed. Damage to homes and power poles and stuff like that. There's all kinds of stuff happening right now.
Oh, so we've got in Clark County near Enterprise, a double-wide trailer flipped over there near County Road 320. And that's from the first tornado warned storm. And then, as Rex mentioned, in Covington County, we've got damage to homes and power lines, as well as emergency management, I guess, reporting one destroyed building, an indeterminate building. So for you folks in Stringer, for you folks in Stringer, this is right on top of you right now. Again, the debris is tough to pick out, but the National Weather Service still noting a tornado warning in effect for you folks up and down County Road 21 and 17. You guys are next, so prepare and get to that safe place now. And it looks like they're going to continue this downstream through the rest of Jasper County and into parts of Clark County. Am I saying that right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. And so for you folks in Stringer, again, I can kind of zoom back in here. Up and down County Road 21, 215, 1931. This one's passing through Stringer right now and will be on you guys very quickly. Again, these are moving at 55 to 60 miles an hour. And at highway speeds, if you can imagine going across parts of Jasper County, we can go from Stringer right now to Acme, Waldrop, Folk, Kelowna and Paulding between now and 6:05. So in 20 minutes, it's going to basically get almost all the way across Jasper County. So that's why we're asking you folks to take cover and get to that safe place now, as opposed to normally we say, okay, well, if you're on the edge of the warning, you've got a couple of minutes. In this case, you don't have as much time as you would in other situations. I get more reports in here of damage in parts of Clark County. A lot of this looks like straight line wind damage that they're reporting, just trees being down. The National Weather Service will go out, of course, and figure out what was tornado damage and what was straight line wind damage. But we're getting a lot of reports in here from Clark County of damage. So getting back in here across 528 here in the next little bit for the storm, the tornado warned storm across parts of Jasper County. We can put a cone on this from where it is right now. We'll take it out to the edge here. And yeah, Waldrop, Paulding, Barnett, Rose Hill on the north side of this. You folks, if this takes more of a northerly kick, would be in the path of this. But I think more for you folks in Waldrop, Paulding, and Barnett are more the folks that have to worry about this one. This one should stay to the north of Heidelberg as well. So for you folks that just had to deal with the last one, this one's staying just to the north, thank goodness, of you folks. So you don't have to deal with a double-decker. You don't have to deal with 2 doses of severe weather at the same time. Okay, so getting reports of parts of Jeff Davis County, Covington County, with some damage out near Bassfield. And the damage reports are going to continue to come in. If you have damage and you can, again, safely take a picture, safely inform us of your damage so that we can pass that along to the Weather Service, we would be happy to do so. Thank you. Okay, so we've got power outages now across parts of Pearl River Valley Electric's area. And that would be for crews in Purvis and Wiggins. Thank you very much, Emily. Appreciate it. So that is unrelated to these thunderstorms. That is regular wind, which we've had the wind advisory up today. So keep in mind that this is why we say have that NOAA weather radio with the fresh batteries. We want to make sure that your cell phone is charged up because on days like today, where wind was the main concern, wind and South Mississippi don't take kindly to one another because we got so many tall pine trees. So it doesn't take a lot for us to lose power because it frankly doesn't take a lot of wind over a long period of time to knock some of these pine trees over. I mean, we've had a south wind today at 20 to 30 miles an hour just straight anyway. And after a while, these trees can't take it anymore, and they'll fall down. And if they fall down in the wrong place, unfortunately, you end up with power outages. Thank you very much. And so that's why we ask that you folks have the batteries and have your cell phones good and charged up. Back to the tornado warned storm. It looks like we're starting to get into a really tough time seeing the debris signature. You would look kind of right in here, and we're having a tough time picking that out. So we either may be too contaminated with hail, or they may have lifted, which would be great news. Rex, what do you got for us?
Pearl River Valley Electric is reporting approximately 1,000 customers are without power in the Columbia area.
Okay.
We're told that there are lots of broken poles, and the restoration process will be a slow process. Crews from Purvis and Wiggins are aiding Columbia.
Okay, so that was in Columbia. Thank you, Rex. I appreciate it. And for you folks that are in Columbia, if you know somebody in Columbia who lost power, somebody sent you a text or gave you a call, said, hey, I lost power, what's going on with the weather? Please let them know that there is another thunderstorm across parts of the parishes of Louisiana down toward Covington and Hammond. That's going to be lifting north over the next hour, and that is a storm that they may need to worry about in about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. So if you have a friend or a family member or something out there in Columbia, maybe shoot them a text and say, hey, there's storms out there that you're going to have to worry about in an hour. make sure that you've got a way to get the warning, and check back in 30 to 45 minutes to figure out where it is so that you know what to do. We want to make sure you folks down to the south are safe. Okay, back to the north we go. For folks in Jasper County, we can head back over to the radar. We can look at the velocity here, and the couplet is still looking strong, though not as strong as it did earlier. We had the one tornado-warned storm that kind of lifted in parts of Clark County. Hopefully, this one will act the same way and will lift here coming up in the next couple of minutes. But for now, there's a tornado warning on this storm, and it's going to be crossing over 528 coming up in the next couple of minutes. New scan coming back showing that, in Waldrop at 5:53 coming up here in the next couple of minutes, and in Paulding at 6 o'clock coming up in the next 10 minutes for folks across parts of Jasper County, crossing over 528 and eventually headed toward 503 across central Jasper County. So for you folks that are, again, along 528, I need you in your safe place now. If you're along 503 north out of Heidelberg toward Paulding and up toward the intersection with Highway 18, I need you folks in your safe place right now. While on the radar, for you folks in Paulding, you say, "Oh, we're just getting a little bit of rain, Nick. Why is it a big deal?" Well, it's just down the road from you guys to the southwest, headed northeast at 50 to 60 miles an hour. So it's moving very quickly. We posted the storm track earlier. I can do it again here. It's moving quick. I mean, it's going to be at your doorstep in less than 10 minutes. You can think about driving a car just through the woods, not on the road, just through the woods to get from point A to point B, and it's not going to take too terribly long to get from where it is to where you are, which is why we're asking that you take cover right now. Downstream from that, across parts of Clark County, northern Clark County, now is a good time to be getting to your safe place as well, in places like Quitman, even places that saw damage earlier, Pachuta, Stonewall, north toward Enterprise. You folks may have to again deal with another tornado-warned storm. Even if you don't get the tornado, you're still going to get the heavy rain. You're still going to get the wind gusts up to 60, 70, perhaps even approaching 80 miles an hour. And you're still going to have an opportunity for up to quarter-sized hail. And after a little bit of rain that we've seen today, that does loosen up the soil a little bit. And as we've seen, trees are already coming down in some places. It's not going to take much for them to come down in other places. So please do take this very seriously. It does actually look like maybe this thing is trying to wrap itself back up a little bit tighter, though it's not looking quite as robust as it did a couple of scans ago. We're still having a tough time picking out where the debris is on this, which is good news. It could mean that we're either just getting bad data or it's lifted. We would hope for the latter, but we have to kind of prepare for the former. Running this thing back and seeing no new data. Do we have any new information coming out of the Weather Service in terms of any damage reports or new information about this warning, Brandon or Rex?
Not at the moment, Nick.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Thank you. For you folks downstream in Paulding up 503 and along 59 as you cross from Jasper and into Clark County, do what you can to get to that safe place now because it is going to be near you pretty quickly. Okay, so sliding back off to the south, you can see that this severe thunderstorm warning is a pretty messy one. I'm going to flip this back over to the regular radar, but it does have one area in here that the National Weather Service is keeping tabs on. Again, this is part of a different little cluster down toward Louisiana. This is something that we're going to keep tabs on over the next little bit. It looks like this one is taking a slight, more of a trajectory, a slight bit more to the east of north-northeast like it was looking a little bit earlier. So for you folks in Columbia, hopefully this one will pass you by and not bother you. But my recommendation from earlier still stands that it'd be great if you could shoot somebody a text and let them know, hey, you've got one coming down the pike here. The back up into parts of Jasper County here, it does look like this one's kind of fanning out, which is some good news. Yeah, what do we have, Emily?
We're getting some pictures, let's see, from Kelly Creek and Nail Lot Roads, and then from the first tornado between Seminary and Collins, just east of 49 there. Getting
Okay.
a lot of these photos in from Soso, so people are starting to send them in now.
Okay. Yeah.
This is like a lot of trees down and definitely structure damage.
Yeah, we've got structure damage there. Okay. Yeah, and we don't have. I don't want to make estimations on what damage would be from, but thank you, Emily. I appreciate that. But yeah, we are starting to get some reports of some damage in here. Oh, no, I'm okay, Rex. Thank you. Appreciate it. And so the good news is this one does seem to be loosening up a little bit, fanning out a little bit across parts of Jasper County. The tornado warning continues as it crosses over 528 and toward you folks in Paulding. But even if the tornado itself has kind of fanned out, broken up, and lifted, there's still wind speed in here in excess of 60 miles an hour. So whether it's a tornado or a straight line wind, a lot of the trees aren't going to bother worrying about what's what, and they're probably going to get it tipped over regardless. Yeah, so this is actually fanning out pretty good. The latest scan in here is showing. Let's run this out and back. You can see how earlier we had those bright yellows and greens, and now those bright yellows and bright greens are starting to kind of fade away as this lifts through parts of Jasper County, which is some good news. That's what we like to see. The tornado warning continues. I still need you folks to be in that safe place because we have to hope for the best, prepare for the worst. But the good news is that it does look like this is in the process of lifting. Rex, if you wouldn't mind asking the National Weather Service if they're planning on continuing this warning or allowing it to expire early.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Because given what happened with the last one, with there still being damage being reported due to straight line wind, it wouldn't surprise me if we end up with them just continuing this just based off of...
Which county is that again?
This is for Jasper County and Clark County. Thank you. So we are starting to get damage reports in, and Emily, I know you're mic'd up, so you can, if you've got reports, holler.
I think they're gonna let you. Yeah, we have video now, so we can show you guys that. All right, we're going to pull that up here and say, all right, these are from, of course, again, these to our newsroom. These images are from crews in Covington County. You can see trees on top of homes, buildings torn apart after. These are images taken between Seminary and Collins, just east of Highway 49. Well, it looks like a van is flipped over near Kelly Creek Road and Lot Roads. Of course, that's a...
Yeah, Nell Lot Road. That was one of the streets that we called out a little bit earlier,
Right.
Emily. Yeah, and you can see that we've got a fair amount of building damage. And of course, the National Weather Service will go out and figure out, what was a tornado, what was straight line wind.
And I think it's good to point out, we had that caller earlier talking about power lines in their yards. Be very careful when walking around. Like you said, if you're going to take pictures, make sure it is 100% safe and all that. Just be very careful. That's something you definitely don't want to mess with, is down power lines, and just you don't want any other debris falling on top of you. You don't know with these structures if you want to go inside and get pictures, but it could collapse on you. So I think that's definitely something that people should be cautious about for sure.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the images. All right, let's dive back over to the radar if we can. Thank you. The National Weather Service noting that they're going to, for now, going to trim and continue the warning in parts of Jasper and Clark County. It does look like that the couplet itself has kind of fallen apart here, which is some good news. But they're going to continue the warning for, if nothing else, the straight line wind.
Chat's dead right now.
Yeah, no, I do see the chat went down in here. So with no new information, the chat will come back up here in a couple minutes, I'm sure. It's probably just overloaded.
It did earlier, so.
I was going to say, we're going to reiterate here, Pearl River Valley Electric reporting approximately 1,000 customers are without power in the Columbia area. We're told that there are a lot of broken power poles and the restoration will be a slow process. Crews from Purvis and Wiggins are aiding Columbia in the work. Like I said, we did mention this earlier, but I think it's important, once again, like I said a few minutes ago about power lines, you know, be very careful. Don't go out around these things. They got crews working, said a lot of the poles are broken, which is going to take it a lot longer to fix. So just bear with everybody. Stay in your safe place. And yeah, definitely just don't get out near this debris or anything like that.
Thank you. So the tornado watch is in effect until midnight. This has come up in the last little bit. This was issued, I believe, about 30 minutes ago. Lexi, if you got to get to Laurel, you're good to go, pal. Just make it quick and safe. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado watch in effect for Wayne, Greene, George, Stone, and Perry counties. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. We talked about that for our northern counties, for you folks in Simpson, Smith, Jasper, and Clark counties. That is an indication that the National Weather Service is concerned about strong tornadoes and multiple tornadoes across the area. So the PDS tornado watch across parts of southeastern Mississippi and then into parts of Alabama. Just a quick reminder there that that's been issued. The severe thunderstorm warning on the storms coming out of the parishes of Louisiana will likely slide through those counties, so we'll have to keep tabs on those. And then from the National Weather Service, it looks like maybe they just trimmed and reissued the tornado warning across parts of Jasper County. Getting into the velocity data here, you can see that it's trying its best to hold together, folks. It really is. And we're not seeing any debris as it passed through Paulding, which is good news. Anytime that you get a couplet to pass through a town and there aren't any, there's no debris that gets lofted up into the air, that is good news. That is a welcomed sight. It looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. There it is. Okay, the new severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County for you folks in Raleigh. This one has a little bit of rotation to it. This is more mid-level rotation in here. So the concern is wind and hail for you folks in Smith County. We're still waiting for Chad to come back up. That's going to make things interesting.
That's crucial. We need it.
And so for you folks in parts of Jasper County here with the tornado warning that continues, it is as much as we hate to see a couplet go over a town, it is good to see that there is no debris being lofted up into the air into the radar. Now, at this distance away from the radar site, we are looking up at about 4,000 feet. So there may be debris getting lofted up into there. There may be a tornado on the ground. It just may not loft it up above 4,000 feet where the radar beam is able to scan the sky. So that's why the tornado warning remains in effect. Well, sure, we can't see the debris, but it may just be a debris being lofted up the first 100 feet or 200 feet or 1,000 feet off of the ground instead of a couple thousand feet, or as we saw earlier, 20 to 25,000 feet off the ground. So for you folks in Jasper County, there it comes. Looks like we got some new information now coming down from the National Weather Service, noting they've went tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning across parts of Smith County. And the National Weather Service is also saying that they're going to continue that tornado warning across parts of Clark and Jasper County at 6:01. So that was just 2 minutes ago. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Paulding, or 17 miles off to the west of Quitman, moving 50, again, highway speed, 55 miles an hour. So these things are really moving. So for you folks down the road in Stonewall, north of Pachuta, you folks are going to be dealing with this in as little as 5 to 10 minutes. Do you guys have any new info over there coming back in terms of damage
it looks
reports?
like the weather chat just came back up.
Okay. Excellent. it looks like we've got multiple trees and power lines down in southern Lawrence County, structure damage in Lawrence County from this storm earlier, and emergency management reporting 2 confirmed fatalities in Lawrence County. Again, that's the fringe of our area. We like covering it because we care about you folks. But yeah, for folks in Lawrence County, that's from Tony Norwood out there with emergency management. National Weather Service now going radar indicated with the tornado warning in Jasper County. And so that's good news. Maybe that's a sign that it continues to weaken a little bit. We're going to have to continue to watch this thing, obviously. But, you know, debris signature isn't there anymore. The couplet is very, very messy. Today being a messy day. We've been talking about this since we got on the air. Difficult to pick things out, so we're going to have to trust the National Weather Service on a lot of these things because they have access to better data than we do. That the tornado warning is going to continue. This is the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. This is going to be just north of Raleigh, crossing over 35 on a very broad couplet. That's a mid-level rotation there. They issue the tornado possible tag just in case this thing tightens up between scans. But as of right now, you can see that still reasonably not a very tight couplet. And down off to the south, that severe thunderstorm warning continues for the parishes of Louisiana. And it doesn't look like these storms are in much of a hurry to get out of Louisiana, which, you know, all things being equal for us here in the Pine Belt, I'm okay with that. They can take their sweet time.
But they will be moving into an area of a better environment when they do get here.
Yes, yeah, and Rex makes a great point, is that our area is a more favorable environment for producing severe weather than it is down there, so the more they drift north and the more they drift toward us, unfortunately, the more apt they are to turn severe. It looks like, back up to the north, while they continue this tornado warning, between Paulding and Rose Hill, I have a difficult time finding the main area of circulation. Looks like it's just off to the south of Rose Hill. You're looking kind of right in there. It's getting a little broad, but right in there, just south of Rose Hill, moving northeast at 55. This is going to be crossing over 18 shortly and up around 513 as it exits Jasper County and gets into parts of Clark County. Emily, do you know if we've got any new pictures, new video, new anything from folks? I just want to make sure that we're able to pass this information along to people. I know TMP and all of our producers and our reporters are working really hard.
They're working on that right
now.
now.
I know that they're trying to tackle a lot of things. I wanted to double check.
If you want to, we can reiterate and show some from earlier here.
Yeah. Let's real quick. Let's get back to that for folks because now that we're starting to get some reports in, let's do that. There we go.
So these are from crews in Covington County. Trees on top of homes. There are buildings that are being torn apart after. That's wow. That's crazy. These were taken between Seminary and Collins, just east of Highway 49. What looks like there's a van tipped over near Kelly Creek Road and Lot Roads. You can see that sign down right there. And of course, as we said earlier, I know everybody wants to go out and get pictures and stuff, but see, if you look at this building right here, I mean, definitely you really don't want to be near that building. It could collapse, something could happen. You don't know what's going on in the structure on the inside right there. Definitely be on the lookout for power lines. You don't want to step around those. If you can get photos, make sure it's absolutely safe. You see people out there, crews and stuff. So once again, yeah, just be very careful if you're going to get photos. Make sure there's no straying debris around or anything like that. But once again, let's see, this is between Seminary and Collins, just east of Highway 49 over there, near Kelly Creek Road and Lot Roads.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So like I was saying, be careful of the excuse me, be careful of the power lines. That's the big one. Is there may be some power lines down, and those may be live, and we don't need folks stepping on those and electrocuting themselves. I would much prefer to get no pictures and no information from you than have you endanger yourself to get that information to us. We've got other avenues to get information. While we appreciate everything that you guys do to help us inform others downstream from you, I would much rather you guys be safe. I want you guys to get through this as safely as possible. You guys have anything new from the Weather Service, Brandon, Rex? Anything over there worth noting that we can pass along to folks? Because I know that the Weather Service has been working double time to get some of these reports in and available to a lot of the media folks across the area.
As of right now, Nick, nothing yet.
Okay.
But there is just a severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County. They're going to continue that.
That's a tornado possible.
With possible tagged, and that's going to be until 6:45.
Okay, thank you. So as the one tornado warning leaves the area, and the other is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, we're getting to a point where we're going to be able to relax cover, get you guys back to Emily and maybe back to regular programming. I'm not sure if what they were going to do in terms of.
Well, they're trying to get in some new photos and videos, so I'm sure we'll be showing everyone those here soon. If we can, I think they're working on getting those up right now. Plan on showing those.
I was going to say, because we're going to end up with a short break between where this tornado warning is still in effect, but I will tell you folks that there's an indeterminate, there's no real couplet left. The National Weather Service is probably considering leaving this up only for the straight line wind damage, given that the previous warning that was issued caused straight line wind damage after the couplet kind of fell apart. And so they'll probably leave this one up until it expires at, I believe this one was 6:15. 6:30, 6:15. This next one, a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning, but we're not seeing much in the way of rotation with this second one. And now we're getting to the point where we're going to have to wait for the thunderstorms to come out of the parishes of Louisiana here, and you can see these are really starting to fire up, and we're going to end up in a situation where we get a little bit of a break between round one and round two. And so, I don't want to keep you guys with us here for no reason. I would rather you guys watch whatever it is you guys wanted to watch on TV, or send back over to you guys in news if we've got new pictures that we can inform people about some of the damage.
They're still working on that, but I think it is important for people in Columbia, once again, if we talked about this earlier, just to reiterate, Pearl River Valley Electric, they were reporting approximately 1,000 customers are without power in the Columbia area. We're also told that, once again, we've talked about this, a lot of broken power poles, and the restoration will be a slow process. Crews from Purvis and Wiggins are aiding Columbia in the work. So once again, really, we've kind of just hounded this over and over. If you see some power lines down, be sure to avoid that. Know that there are crews that are working diligently to handle this. But yeah, definitely that's for those people there in Columbia, 1,000 people without power. So this was definitely a very, very strong storm that has come through here.
And we've got, sadly, more on the way. The National Weather Service in Slidell offering some mesoscale discussion to us. It's a fancy weather term for, hey, here's an update about the storms. Noting that they're continuing to monitor some very fast yet slightly disorganized cells across parts of the region. They're noting that some of the storms here are attempting to gain supercellular characteristics with better shear ahead of them to the north and east, which is where they're heading in our area. This could lead to some of these attempting to spin up a little further off to the north, unfortunately, in our area. And a lot of the model data is suggesting that this could be a thing that we need to keep tabs on. So again, we're getting a little bit of a lull, but the National Weather Service now also noting that this is something that we're going to have to keep tabs on over the course of the next couple of hours. It looks like maybe, Brandon, Rex, you guys have some new...
Yeah, this is unfortunately from National Weather Service in Slidell. This is the first one that went through Walthall County. There was a fatality and numerous injuries, and many homes just flattened.
Yeah, that's.
And it got stronger after it left Walthall County, so I don't know if we're going to find it.
Yeah, thank you, Rex. It's
Of course, there was those 2 fatalities in Lawrence County earlier, so that's 3 that we know of right now.
Yeah, it's we knew that this was going to be a bad day. Unfortunately, you know, you always hope that you can get through these events, and everyone makes it out okay. So we'll continue to monitor things down here on the weather side. I know our reporters are out trying to get some of the latest data for you. This tornado-warned storm has all but basically fallen apart as it's moved into parts of Clark County. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning that's back across parts of Smith County. But we have entered, for our area, round 1 is over. We are now awaiting round 2.
Can you give us a timeline for round 2?
Yeah. And as we head through the next hour, we've got about an hour, roughly a 30-minute to an hour break until we get the next round of showers and thunderstorms that come out of the parishes of Louisiana and into our area that then redevelop, and we get thunderstorms and the potential for some severe weather, mainly along, near, and to the east of 59. Then we're going to have a potential, this isn't a guarantee, but a potential for a 3rd round of storms, zoom things back out here, that are still across parts of central Louisiana, and those drape a little further back and to the south and east. I can pull this up on radar here on the NOWRAD. You can see that we've got, this is round 2, and the stuff kind of down in here is round 3. If the 3 is still a question mark. Round 2, we're pretty much in for round 2. That's coming.
So for round 2 now, obviously it's going to change as it's moving here and might get a little stronger and everything. What's it looking like compared to the first round so far?
That's the question that we don't have an answer to. I have no evidence to suggest that it would not be the same. I mean, and I hate to say that, because that is scary to some folks who have severe weather anxiety and everything. But I'll say that regionally speaking, there is no difference between what just happened and the potential for what could happen in an hour or two, other than to say that, and I said this last night on Facebook if you were watching our Facebook Live, other than it is easier to produce a tornado around sunset than, in general, any other time of the day. So as we approach sunset right now, you know, in the hour leading up to and after sunset, it, generally speaking, for the atmosphere, just becomes a little easier, just based on the dynamics of the atmosphere, to produce a tornado, unfortunately. So with the storms strengthening out of the parishes of Louisiana and into our area, there is no evidence for me to suggest it will be one way or the other than to say that it'll probably be about the same, because nothing's really changing. If nothing else, then it's just easier to produce a tornado than it was a little bit earlier. Guys, looks like maybe we got some new information. I heard the sirens going off in the back here. I think that was an indication that maybe they trimmed up the tornado warning across parts of. Yeah, they've
canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County.
Okay, and then they've trimmed it back into parts of Clark County, it looks like.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, wait a minute. They just issued a tornado possible tag for Simpson and Smith County until 7 p.m.
Right.
Okay, so that's for the one back in behind the first one. Okay, thank you. So what we're looking at now is we've got this little piece here, that little piece here, this little piece there, that little piece there. You guys know this from over the years of dodging severe weather in South Mississippi, which is sometimes it gets really messy and there is no one place or one thing. Today so far we have been we've only had the one thing to look at. Well, now things are getting a little messy. Almost like I was just telling Emily, it just gets a little easier to produce things around sunset, and you're seeing a manifestation of that within the radar right now. You just have 4 places in here that are worthy of looking at.
All right, we just got some new information here. Got some video. The Jones County EMA confirms a gas leak in Soso after today's this first surge here, leaving damage throughout Jones County. We made a call to emergency management, and they tell us crews are headed to the scene right now. The gas leak is reported in the 400 block Hebron Centerville Road. We're working to learn if there are any evacuations. As soon as we learn more, we'll have more updates. And just to reiterate here, let's go back over this again. All right, the emergency management tells us the crews are headed there now. The gas leak is reported. This is in Soso, in the Hebron. Thank you. Let's see, 400 block Hebron Centerville Road, and they're, like I said, they're looking to see if there's any evacuations. And as soon as we have more updates, we'll be sure to get that to y'all.
You said is the 400 block? So hold on, say that again. I'm going to find this over here on the map.
All right. Okay.
The 400 block of
Hebron.
Hebron Centerville Road. Okay, so let's see if we got that up on. Sometimes we don't have these roads on our maps, on our weather maps. Sometimes we do. I'm going to see if I can't find it over here real quick for folks. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's coming up on our maps. But yeah, if you guys that live there know, you know where it is.
It's right in the downtown area of Soso. That's what they're telling us.
Okay. Well, if we get in here tight enough.
And once again, the Jones County EMA has confirmed this, a gas leak there in Soso.
Okay, so
Crews are headed out there right now.
So we can go back to the radar here, and we've got the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag across parts of Simpson and Smith counties. I would argue that the greatest area of concern is going to be between Mendenhall and McGee, crossing over 49. If I had to pick one place or another. And you know, kind of somewhere in here. I made a bad arrow before, but it's kind of somewhere in there worth watching, because that's the area where we've got the biggest lightning jump. But the National Weather Service opting for the tornado possible tag there. Yeah, so for you folks now down off to the south, so our lull was shorter than the 30 minutes. This is going to be the name of the game through the rest for the next. Yeah, probably 2 hours.
And I think it's important to note, talk about what people need to do, because we did have that caller in seminary say, you know, hey, this hit us directly. How long do we have until the next one? Can we go somewhere? What is the best advice you can give to people in terms of just sheltering in place and things like that?
I would argue that right now, if you're in an area that got hit already, even if it's just a regular even if you just had bad thunderstorms earlier, hang tight or in the relative immediate area to where you are. So if your house, you know, say you're like, you know, Nick, I got a tree through the back of my house. I don't feel safe here anymore. Where do I go? Well, if there's a tree down through your house, there's probably a tree down across your driveway or down the street from you. So I would highly recommend not attempting to go too far. Now, if you can see your neighbor's house and their house is fine, go to your neighbor's house. But you don't have much time between now and the next round.
Because kind of like we said earlier with photos, you know, we would rather not have any photos
Yeah.
than, you know, you going out and try to get this. Just stay where you're at, because, you know, like I said, we definitely, our number one priority is keeping you safe and getting you this coverage that you need.
We're now getting reports of multiple trees down across I-59 from mile marker 113 to 118 northbound. So that's a bit further north than us, I believe. And then we're also getting reports of minor injuries in Clark County. You guys seeing anything else on chat over there?
No, I'm just seeing what you too with minor injuries being transported by ambulance to Clark for the Clark County tornado.
And we are working on getting numbers for power outages
Okay.
and stuff like that.
Thank you. So back over here on the radar, you can kind of see, we can get in here and see if anything's spinning around. And thank goodness nothing is now. But these storms are just starting to go up. If we take a storm slice in here, you can see that these are only going up, 20, 30,000 feet with the heavy rain, where storms earlier were up around 30 to 40,000 feet. With these just getting off the ground like this, these are still forming. So once they get up into the shear, which, down at the surface you've got wind coming in this direction, and aloft you've got wind coming that direction. Once these storms lift up into this, you've got wind coming in this way and then exiting that way. That is the beginning of the rotating updrafts that you end up with. So until we get to that point, we're still just going to have storms here that look like this. That we're still waiting to get off the ground. Let's get us back into a regular looking slice here. Here we go. So, come on. There it goes. So we're getting some lightning jumps in here, which means these storms are starting to go up, and they are starting to get a little better organized. But so far, we don't have any warnings, any tornado warnings in effect anymore, and things have calmed down for us. For you folks that are up and down 98 in parts of Walthall and Marion County, and back toward parts of Lamar County, things are going to be pretty noisy over the next little bit. But so far, no warnings, no tornadoes, no big giant hail or anything. It's just regular rain and thunder at this point, with the one severe thunderstorm warning down off to the south and into parts of the parishes of Louisiana. And then we've got all this cluster of storms developing and moving up. I'll say this. I wonder if we've got the. I'm going to jump into the Futurecast here real quick now that I've got a hot second to show you guys that all of these storms lifting out of Louisiana, notice that on these updraft helicity streaks, we only have a couple on here, but these do get a little more numerous and a little more robust as we head through 8, 9 o'clock tonight. That's round 2. And you can see round 3 moving into parts of Marion and Walthall and Lawrence County. And that's round 3. We only get a storm or 2 out of that one. And then we get even more storms as we head through about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning tonight. So we're not done. This is a long-term event, unfortunately, and we're a quarter of the way there. And so hang in there with us, folks, as we kind of ride this out as we head through the rest of the evening.
So what's been a dangerous component with this storm? A lot of times, sometimes lightning is an issue, wind, hail. So what's really been the big one here? Well,
unfortunately, so far, it's been the 2 devastatingly large tornadoes that we historically do not get at the same time. For South Mississippi, we'll get the one, whether it was Hattiesburg in 2013, Columbia in 2014, Hattiesburg again in 2017, Jones County just in December. The one. And even those were 2s and 3s, where today, given the environment that we were dealt, unfortunately, we ended up with 2 EF3, estimated EF3 or stronger tornadoes simultaneously, which doesn't often happen around here, historically speaking, dating back to pre-2011. Even in the 2011 outbreak here, we had, I believe, if memory serves me right, only 1 tornado on the ground, 1 devastatingly large tornado on the ground at a time.
That was in April as well.
That was April of 2011, yeah, and that was considered a generational outbreak of severe weather. So that would be the main thing for today. And then outside, the next thing behind that, Emily, would be the wind. Folks at home, the wind. And the wind was my main concern coming into this, because wind is for everyone. If you get a thunderstorm, you get wind. Only a few of us are going to see the tornado. Everyone in that thunderstorm gets the wind, and that has blown down a lot of trees and is probably responsible for more of the power outages, the power down, and the trees down than the tornadoes are. The tornadoes hitting the buildings, the wind is what's knocking down the trees.
Gotcha. Okay, so we have just been sent in some footage. This is by a viewer in Seminary. Once again, that seems to be an area that was really hit. You can see tree limbs covering the roadway here. Of course, Nick and I are seeing this for the first time. Like you talked about earlier, the danger is really just these tall pine trees and things like that.
Yeah, wind and South Mississippi are not friends. That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah. Of course, if he goes back, if he shows back on here, down there. That's another thing. People don't need to be traveling. These trees, debris. You don't know what kind of debris is on the road. Definitely just want to stay away from that. Though, of course, you can see cars coming up here in the video. Can't get through. Please, please, please stay home. We have this second surge coming through here just shortly. Yep. Once again, you know, this is in seminary. This is sent in to us by a viewer. Trees down on this road here. Like I just said a moment ago, do not be traveling. There could be trees, any other debris, power lines. We've said that over and over and over. Be very careful. We have gotten so many reports of down power lines. Those are extremely dangerous to be around. Once again, stay in your safe place. Stay.
Yeah, stay home, whether it's the quarantine or the severe weather. Back over on the radar here. It looks like for folks in Marion County and Walthall County and into parts of Lamar County, stuff is picking up in terms of thunderstorm activity, but so far the severe weather activity is at a minimum. The only warning right now in effect is for parts of Simpson and Smith County.
I was just going to say just one quick point. Another, you know, in staying off the roads, avoiding power lines, the Mississippi Highway Patrol, they want us to once again tell people stay off the roads because not only is this dangerous for themselves, but this could be inhibiting the work of first responders. We definitely want to give those guys plenty of room to be able to get the help that they need or get help to other people who need it. So definitely just stay off. This is a very dangerous situation. We need our first responders to be able to get out there and get you guys help where you need it.
Yeah, and you know, you gotta, it's in a sense sort of like the quarantine. You want to be helpful for other people. You know, you social distance, maybe not because you're sick or you're afraid of getting sick, but it's to save other people. You don't want to get on the road right now, maybe not because it's dangerous for you, but you want to get out of the way of the first responders or other people that are dealing with stuff right now that need the roads to be clear so that they can get from point A to point B.
I don't know, have we been seeing any flooding or anything like that? Because if that's a case too, that's definitely a danger as well.
Thankfully, so far, we have not. A lot of the rain that's come down, now that the trees are greening back up, the ground can handle a little more water than it could maybe a month or two ago. On top of that, we've been reasonably dry. After a long, wet, terribly dreary winter, we've actually been reasonably dry over the last month, and so that's allowed the water table to fall a little bit. And with all the trees then greening up and sucking out even more water from the ground, it's allowed the ground to handle a little more water than it could have, say, if this happened a month or 2 months ago, which is good news. I'm actually starting to get some videos from folks sending stuff in and some pictures over on my Facebook page. So everybody that's sending those there, I am now just getting access to it 2.5 hours later. So I appreciate everybody that sent it in. If you have been waiting for me to respond or see it or put it on TV, I apologize. But I'm just now seeing this reports earlier, a lot earlier, of hail, damage to places. We've got a picture of perhaps the tornado near Soso. I've got trees and limbs down near Society Hill and near Prentice from earlier, and then some folks taking cover, taking pictures in their helmets and stuff, which is good news. That's what we want you guys to do. If you got a football helmet, throw it on, take cover. The back over here, I'm just going to double check this just to make sure nothing's starting to spin a little bit here on our radar. So far, we're looking good.
I don't have any video for this, but Dixie Power Electric are now reporting that more than 4,400 members are without power as of 6 p.m. A breakdown of the outages. Okay, Covington County sitting at 437. Jones County with a whopping 3,938, so almost 4,000 there. Jasper 26, Wayne 22, Forest 3, and Perry 3. Let's go over that again. Okay, once again, Dixie Power Electric reporting more than 4,400 members without power as of 6 o'clock. Jones County has the most at almost 4,000 there. Covington 437, Jasper 26, Wayne 22, Forest 3, and Perry 3. Once again, like we've been saying throughout this whole thing, see any down power lines, anything like that, be sure to stay safe, stay away from those.
Yeah, that's the number one thing is we want you guys to stay safe.
And like we also said, we want to be able to, the crews and the first responders to be able to get out there as well. So be sure to stay off the roads too.
All right, just checking in with the Weather Service here. They're continuing to monitor stuff coming out of Louisiana here, but so far this is super clustered and not very well organized. That's the best news that I can offer you guys all day, and hopefully it stays that way as it continues to lift out of Louisiana. We've got nothing rotating in here right now. And again, hope it stays this way. The more clustered it stays, the better. We don't want stuff, and that's what happened earlier. You ended up with just like 1 or 2 storms, and it gets really easy for them to get organized and this in, that out, and you can pull in the warm air, kick out the cold air in another place. You wrap it up, and all of a sudden you've got a tornado on the ground. And in an environment like we've got today, unfortunately, that leads to some pretty big tornadoes. And we're still waiting to see. Looks like they've trimmed back the tornado watch in a couple of the counties down off to the south and west of us. So south and west of Brookhaven, to the west of Macomb, north of Baton Rouge, they've cleared out some of that tornado watch in there. I guess they're thinking that round 3 won't be as potent back there, which is fantastic news. We'll have to wait and see what happens down off to the south, a little bit closer to Baton Rouge. And my guess would be that if this trend continues, once that storm kicks by Baton Rouge, maybe they would consider canceling it for those counties. The Weather Service is continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for northern Smith County right now, with the tornado possible tag, but nothing really rotating there, which is good news. So again, we've got our brief break before you can see all the thunderstorms move into the area, and it is a matter of if and when, mainly when, these things get deep enough, strong enough, and discrete enough to start rotating and to get better organized, and unfortunately have an opportunity to produce some severe weather. Some of these storms are going right through the areas that we're currently picking up pieces from some of the severe weather that moved through earlier. Some of those folks may be without power. If you know somebody that got hit by one of the tornadoes earlier in Walthall, Marion, Lawrence, Jeff Davis, Covington counties, shoot them a text and let them know, please. Let them know, hey, you've got some more thunderstorms moving into the area. They're currently not severe, but they're being monitored, and they may turn severe at a moment's notice. So instead of picking up the pieces or doing whatever it is you're doing, get back into shelter, get back inside, because even if it doesn't produce a tornado, you still have rain, you still have plenty of lightning, and you still have 40 to 50 mile an hour wind. In terms of the lightning, in these little clusters of storms that are moving through the same areas that just got severe weather an hour or two ago, in the last 5 minutes, 186 lightning strikes.
Well, and just as we've been saying all throughout, we don't know with the debris and buildings, we don't know how strong they are. Just because this storm isn't as strong coming through, you don't want to get out and be looking through it, and then lightning, wind, something else comes through. Like I said, just because it's not as strong, it's definitely too dangerous to be out right now. Stay in place, especially if you were in that line for the second round again. Yeah,
you don't want, and then heaven forbid you're out looking at what happened to your shed, and then a thunderstorm rolls through, and you say, well, I got to take cover in the shed. And that may not be, well, I can tell you right now, that's not a good place to be during a thunderstorm, let alone a severe thunderstorm or a potential tornado. So we want you guys to, only if you can safely take a picture, safely send us a report for you guys to do that, so that we can then pass those along to the National Weather Service. But do, please, once this is all said and done, and you are safe, tomorrow or the next day, whatever it is, snap a quick picture and send it to us, and send it to the National Weather Service if you have damage, so that they know where the damage is, and they can figure out this storm was here, that storm was there, this tornado was here, it was this big, it did this much damage. It's very important for them because, and then I'll say this, beyond that, it's very important for you because then there's proof that your damage was a part of a bigger damage for insurance. So the insurance companies can come out and they can say, okay, yeah, you had damage, and yeah, there was a tornado just across the street. This is probably related to that. You're covered to this X amount of coverage. And that's important. A lot of times folks forget or they kick it down the road and they say, oh, I'll do it later. And they never report it. And then they end up in a situation where they go to the insurance company and the insurance company says, well, you know, we never got a report of damage on your street. So how do we know this is from that?
And talk about the importance of having a NOAA radio, things like that, such as backup. You know, we've had some callers come in and say, hey, we've lost our power. We can't hear you. We can't see you. You know, talk about the importance of having those things as a backup.
Yeah, and that's why those NOAA weather radios are so important because they work off of an FM signal, right? It's just like a stereo in your car. And so a lot of those actually have battery backups on them now, the transmitter. So if you've got a battery backup on your receiver, then you're going to always get the warning. No matter what. And then they don't use telephone lines anymore. We learned that from the 2017 tornado that came through Hattiesburg. That telephone line went down. So then they replaced that with a 4G signal as a backup to the telephone line. So even if the line goes down to the 4G, there's a backup to that backup. It's a battery backup, so it's definitely going to get the signal out to you if you have a NOAA weather radio with a battery backup. And yes, there is a problem with us being on television, which is if your power goes out, you can't watch TV anymore. Well, you can watch us on the
cell phone live stream.
Oh yeah, you can watch us on a live stream. Do know this about our live stream on our app. There is going to be a delay from that. So on television, all it does is it goes at our transmitter here at the speed of light, goes all the way to your television, and then comes at it if you've got the bunny ear antennas. And at speed of light goes from our transmitter to your television 50 miles away. So it's there, you know, on a delay of, you know, a second or two. When you watch the live stream, it has to go not out of our transmitter, but instead through all of our computer system, which gives it a delay or two. Then out to the ISP, there's another second delay or two. Then from the ISP to, if you're watching us on a cell phone, to the tower, there's another second delay or two. And then from the tower to your phone, there's another second delay or two. And then your phone has to render that data and kick out a video, there's another second or two. And so you end up with as much as, and I've seen our latency, as much as a minute or two behind when I'm saying a word and when you get it on your app.
Which obviously can be very detrimental.
Which is a very big deal in situations like this. So please know, if you're going to be watching us on the live stream on your phone, and I say, and that's why I call out times and not in 5 minutes, because I want you guys to hear, oh, it's going to be at my house at 6:15, his little radar says 6:10, my clock says that it's 6:12, I need to know that it's, okay, so it's actually 6, I need to get to my safe place now, I got 3 minutes. And we do that on purpose because we understand the kind of the problem that we run into with the cell phone signal. And there's nothing that we can do to get around that. That is technology.
Basically, it's best to be old school and have that radio and things.
It is best to be old school because that's moving at the speed of light from a transmitter to a radio. I mean, it's a second delay, a 2-second delay. You know, it's all about the distance from point A to point B, not about going through all the technology and the latency that's involved with the physics of that.
And this first one was moving pretty fast. How fast was that going again?
We were doing between 50 and 60 miles an hour. So we're doing highway speeds, which is why, you know, usually they're moving at 30 to 40 to 50 miles an hour around here, but 50 to 60 is moving real quick, which is why we were saying, you know, you need to do stuff about it when that warning is issued. I'm just going to check and make sure that, so what we're starting to see in here is a little bit of I'm just bouncing back and forth between the two radios, from Jackson to Mobile to Slidell. And so far, we're starting to see maybe a little bit of organization within some of these storms, but so far, nothing, just regular old lightning, thunder, rain. That's it, which is good news. That's what we want. The stakes, keep them clustered. Keep them clustered. Rex, have we gotten any new information from the Weather Service in terms
Nope.
of damage reports or anything?
Not
No?
a thing right now.
And I think
Okay.
we're still waiting on our end as well. And as you said, obviously this one's a little more calm, but we do want to tell people again, do not get on the roads. There's plenty of roads with trees down, power lines are down. Highway Patrol wants people to know to stay off the road. We need first responders to be able to get out to people and other emergency personnel. So definitely be sure to stay where you're at. Like we said earlier, if you're going to send us pictures, make sure it's a safe situation. We'd rather have you safe and sound versus us getting a photo or a video. So be sure to stay in place as these next surge of storms comes through. So far, what'd you say is just some lightning right now and rain, and they're
Yeah,
very
we've
clustered.
got rain and lightning, and we're clustered right now. We like clustered things.
So talk about being clustered. What the comparison to that from the first.
Right. So right now, what we've got is you can look at where all the lightning is. We got lightning here. We got lightning here. We got lightning. We got lightning here. The lightning is a good indicator of where you've got an updraft, what we call it in weather. It's a vertical motion where we're lifting air up. And you want these clustered together because it means that you can't organize the storm. So instead of getting one storm or two storms like we had earlier, far apart, we've got all of these stuck together, and so they can't organize themselves, and you need organization in order to get a tornado.
And we just got this into the newsroom, some really sad news. MEMA is reporting at least 3 people dead after today's earlier Easter storms. MEMA's director Greg Michael says 1 death is reported in Walthall County.
Walthall County,
Walthall County. And 2 people were killed in Lawrence County. At least 30,000 people are currently without power right now. Crews are working in multiple counties around the state to help people affected by today's storms.
Yeah, so those 30,000 people are across the state, just as a heads up, not here locally. And so so
we're going to get a map here soon.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
All right, so once again, 3 people dead so far today. We hope that's all there is. MEMA's director Greg Michael says 1 death reported in Walthall County, and
Walthall.
2 people were there killed in Lawrence County. And at least 30,000 people across the state are currently without power. Crews are working in multiple counties around to, help everybody. Like we said, stay off the roads. We want these crews to be able to get out and help these guys and help everyone. It's just too dangerous to be out on the road. You don't know with trees, power lines, things like that. This first surge was a very heavy storm. So it's definitely dangerous.
Yeah, so we want you guys to just kind of hang tight and wait for round 2 to show up. Some power outages here across all of Mississippi Power. They've got 2,800 people without power, according to their website right now. I think this is from Pearl River Valley. They're now up to 1,800 without power. And for Dixie Electric, 3,200 people are without power. And for Singing River Electric, it looks like right now they've got 15 customers without power. I'm still efforting some information from Southern Pine.
And of course, we got a lot of reports of the poles being broken, which is that's gonna make it harder for the crews to get this up in a very quick amount of time. So it's gonna take them a little longer, but we know they're definitely out there working. So
yeah, and they're doing what they can. So we've got rain now starting here at the TV station. A lot of you folks are probably dealing with rain and thunder, and the hope is that this just stays as rain and thunder out there for tonight. It looks like, so we've got back to the northwest, we've got some storms so you see that little green line that just passed through, this little green line right in here, that just passed through Jackson. That looks like outflow from the storms earlier that has fallen apart. As that outflow eventually interacts and intersects with the thunderstorms that are moving through our area here, you're going to get one of two things that are going to happen. Either one, it's going to undercut the inflow and it's going to kill the storms, or number two, it's going to enhance the backside of the RFD, and it's going to allow for a thunderstorm that is attempting to organize, get better organized. And you say, well, which one's most likely, Nick, for each individual storm? And unfortunately, I don't know. It is one of those unpredictable, literally unpredictable things. It is not a predictable variable. You can estimate that this one may be more likely than another, but we don't know. And so as that line moves this way, right, and a little arrow there. Let me turn a little arrow guy on here so that it actually makes more sense. So as that little green line moves this direction, and all of these storms are lifting in this direction, the question is going to be where it intersects on, and again, not to get too into the weeds here, but as it intersects on these storms, as if we put a cross section on here, if it intersects these storms on the north and east side here, you're going to mess up the inflow coming back, and you're probably more likely to kill the storm. If it intersects with the storm on the back side of the storm first, you can then enhance the rear flank downdraft kind of on the back side, and the tilting mechanism that tilts the updraft into the rotating updraft into the vertical. Again, I'm trying not to get in too much into the weeds here. That can actually enhance the severity of the storm and promote the development of a tornado in the short term. Which is going to happen, I'm sorry to say, I do not know. And so that's just something we're going to have to watch. It could be very good. It could pass through, could be very good, could kill everything.
But I feel like this is one of those storms that's really just, it changes second by second. You know, it's just like you said, it's so unpredictable.
It is, yes.
And you said that first line through Jackson and Crystal Springs there, that's from, is that from the previous?
Yeah, so this is from different storms right in here. If we run this back, you watch that little, see that little green line in there? Watch that move back off to the northwest. See how that went right on it? See how it, right in there? See how it came from those storms near Vicksburg? It kind of spit out that little green line. You see that little green line starting between Vicksburg and Port Gibson? And it slides through just south of Jackson, across 55 and toward Crystal Springs. And that's where it is right now. That is going to work kind of like a little mini cold front to help kind of either boost or kill storms that are out there.
Right. And we just got in some new pictures, looks like from Seminary. Let's get. Okay. We can already see people dragging off debris. Enormous tree down on that road there, blocking the whole thing. So this definitely indicates how strong this storm was. Once again, people stay off the roads. I can't tell if that's a power line. That looked like a tree. Well, it was a tree, but it looked like maybe there was a power line down as well. Of course, emergency
there
crews.
are power lines down there.
Yeah, you can see how they're going down right there. Once again, this is in Seminary. We were just getting these photos in here. Emergency personnel, of course, are out trying to fix all this and go through. And yeah. So once again, like we said, stay off the roads. I mean, this is the reason, because here's the thing. I mean, you could be driving through and it could just, something else could even fall over through the second surge of storm. You never know. So.
Yeah, and it won't, now that the rain's into the ground, it's not going to take as much for trees to get uprooted and fall over. The one thing I will note in all of those, and nearly all of those pictures, I didn't see any trees snapped. A lot of the trees were either uprooted or all the way over. And oftentimes when you talk about tornado damage, you're talking about snapped trees, because the change in wind and the change in pressure happens very immediately. And so you just snap the tree. Uprooted trees do happen with tornadoes. It's not to say they don't happen with tornadoes. But when you don't see any snapped trees, you start to think that maybe you had a swath of straight line wind that went through an area and just blew trees down. And so it'll be, when the National Weather Service goes out, they figure this out. They've been trained on how to pick debris out to figure out what a tornado was, how big it was, stuff like that. That's not training that I've taken. You know, they know how to do that. I necessarily don't. And so they'll go out and figure out, well, what exactly happened. But I will say it was interesting to see that none of those pictures had snapped trees. You heard the big crack of lightning here just a couple of seconds ago. It's starting to rain and thunder across the area now as these thunderstorms really start to pick up. But so far, none of them are severe. The National Weather Service has not said anything. They're saying they're starting to clear out some of the counties and parishes of the tornado watch across parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. But the hope is that these clusters of storms help us out. I will say that the Weather Service in Mobile said that looking at the big picture, the clusters of storms moving to parts of Mississippi are on the very edge of becoming more intense as they move further east into the evening and into a more conducive environment. The upper forcing is lagging a bit for these right now. The idea is there is going to be a little bit more of that, of what we look for, some backed flow that is going to be a little more conducive for severe development and tornadic development. Looks like the National Weather Service may be clearing out some of the counties in here. Yeah, so this is back off to the west of us. You can see that there's severe weather all the way up into parts of Arkansas and Texas and Oklahoma from this.
So is this still pretty clustered right here? Is it?
Yeah,
still,
we're still clustered. What the Weather Service is noting, just to kind of clarify that, is they're saying that kind of like over here is an area where there haven't been any storms yet today, really. And it's an area where it's more conducive for the development of severe weather and tornadoes. On top of that, here we are at basically sunset. So we're now getting into a time of day where that's more of a thing that can happen. Currently, they're clustered and still trying to develop. I showed that radar slice a little bit earlier. They're only so tall, so big, so strong. You can hear the lightning, you can hear the rain outside, or you hear the thunder, you see the lightning. Come on, Nick. And the rain outside. But right now, these are still growing. As they move to the east and into an area that's more conducive, the National Weather Service is noting that's going to be an area to watch in the coming hour to 2 to 3 to 6 hours as we head into the overnight as a place to look for more severe weather, because it's untapped. I mean, basically everywhere east of 59, south of 84, and south of 98, everywhere, is pretty untapped versus what happened earlier today. So the atmosphere hasn't been spent. You can see all the lightning on the screen here. I can get kind of a lightning count from some of these storms in the last about 5-10 minutes. 400 strikes of lightning, which compared to what we get in the summertime here, where we get 4,000 strikes of lightning in 5 minutes in some of these thunderstorms, may not sound like a lot, but for this time of the year with these thunderstorms, it is. It is. Yeah, so the Weather Service cleared out a handful of counties in here, which is some good news. Mobile also, so they're noting some of the coastal issues as well.
As you were talking about earlier, you know, compared to down there in Louisiana and stuff, we are more susceptible here to just have this intense weather.
Yes. So for today, the atmosphere is set up for, in a sense, that we're right along the gradient. The gradient between the gnarly stuff and the highest, the nothing and the gnarly, you always look for the gradient between that. So everybody wants to look, and this is just a point of clarification for when you're on social media. You'll see these maps and they'll say, oh, the significant tornado parameter is a 37 for tomorrow. We're going to have biggest tornadoes ever. See where the bullseye is? Weather doesn't care about bullseyes. Weather cares about gradients. They want to know where's the difference between the biggest number and the smallest number, and where is that difference the shortest. And right now, the difference between nothing happening and something happening is right in our area. And so that's where we're concerned.
All right, so we are once again getting more pictures, and this is pictures of a home damaged in the Moss community out of Jasper County. You can see trees down there, windows blown out, some extensive roof damage there. Wow. Once again, this is in the Moss community in out of Jasper County. Yeah. Yeah, talk about the force of, these winds that have come through. A lot of this you see, these windows are just being tossed out.
Yeah.
And once again, you see the trees there, as you were mentioning earlier.
So there's some snapped
Right.
trees.
Right.
So that is a good piece of evidence, but not a guarantee that you had a tornado. And so, how strong is a tornado? We don't. I mean, the National Weather Service knows, but I couldn't tell you. But I will say that, so the force that you need in order to pull out windows like that and to peel off shingles and stuff, the National Weather, they've got criteria and everything for this, but I would say I think shingle removal starts at an EF1. So if your shingles are removed and they figure out that it was a tornado, it's at least, I believe, an EF1.
And of course, that's why we ask people to, even if it's, an EF1, of course, even an EF1, like you said, can pull out these windows here. We definitely want people to, be in rooms with no windows. I mean, that's a super dangerous aspect of this stuff as well. So.
Yeah, and that's why we always want you in that interior room and away from those windows, because, if it's bad enough and the windows get blown out, well, then the debris is coming into your house. And that's why we ask you to stay safe and stay in that interior room. For folks that are posting stuff over on my Facebook page, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the updates. We're doing the best we can to pass along the information that we get in.
All right, and we just got some more information. The Jones County EMA is reporting a second gas leak in the county. The second leak is reported on 512 Matthews Roads. That's right off Missionary Road. Once again, second gas leak reported on 512 Matthews Roads. That's just off Missionary Road. Crews are working to fix that leak right now.
Okay. So again, folks, another reminder to stay, to kind of hang tough and stay where you are. I'm getting a lot of reports from folks of thankfully minor damage for a lot of people, and that may be skewed because the people with major damage are probably tending to that and not taking time to report it to their local television meteorologist.
And as they should be, like I said, we want you guys to be safe.
We want you to take care of you and be safe.
Right, unless you 100% know that it is safe for you to get that photo or that video, we want you to stay in your place.
The first two we had, I think those caused a lot of damage. They may not be able to get reports to us right now.
Yeah, and that's our biggest concern.
Yeah.
Is that people we got to make sure that they're doing okay.
Yeah.
And so we're just take care of you. We'll figure stuff out later.
Yeah, we'll figure it out for you.
And so a lot of reports of minor damage right now. So thank you folks for sending those in. We really appreciate it. Thunderstorms continue from basically Smith County all the way south into parts of Pearl River County. We've got thunderstorms, but no severe weather out there right now, which is some good news. We've got some flooding. You were asking Emily earlier about flooding to the north of us, but not in our area. So if you know folks north of Meridian all the way to Columbus, they've got...
my whole family's in Meridian, so that's definitely Yeah,
they're dealing with flooding right now. They've got a severe thunderstorm warning north of Meridian.
And of course, definitely with flooded waters over roads, you can't always tell. So especially if you see that water creeping over the road there, just don't risk it because you just can't tell.
Yeah, and the one thing we learned down here, a lot of you folks may remember in March of 2016 when we had the real bad flooding. Rex, you remember the 589? Once the water receded, the road was torn up.
Oh yeah. I mean, the water has a tremendous power behind it.
Yeah, and
it can just tear things up. Seriously.
Yeah, and you wouldn't even know. And remember the water. I remember the water wasn't too high over the road.
Didn't take but a foot of water.
And so, folks, you don't. Emily makes a great point. You don't know what's underneath there. I mean, heaven forbid there's logs, and trees, and whatever else.
Areas. Just don't do it.
But yeah, you don't even know what the road even looks like underneath there. Thankfully for us. Thankfully, no flooding yet, nope. And I hope we don't have to deal with any. We said going into this, it was just a marginal flood risk, level 1. It's pretty low. So hopefully we get out of this unscathed from flooding. But right now it's just regular thunderstorms moving across the area, clustered up. Looks like we may be starting to get into a little bit of, yeah, see, there's just nothing spinning, which is, hey, you know what? I'll take that every day of the week.
That's great news to me, man.
I'll take that every day of the week, which is clusters of storms around right now. And thankfully, no severe weather. The tornado watch that's in effect until 8 o'clock tonight is going to be up in about an hour for a lot of the area. For our southeastern counties, you folks in Wayne County, Perry County, Stone County, Greene County, and George County, your tornado watch goes into the overnight hours. I believe yours goes until about 2 o'clock in the morning. So you're going to have to deal with it for a little bit longer as all these clusters of storms that we're seeing across the area right now move east and into an area that's a little more favorable for development. For everybody else, though, you're going to be out of the tornado watch coming up in about an hour. And I'll say this, as these storms continue to cluster around and they can't get discrete or organized, hopefully that keeps the severe weather threat at bay through the end of the watch and eventually through the rest of tonight. But man.
Yeah. And we want to tell people again, stay in place right now, even though these are very clustered storms and obviously not as powerful as what just came through about, an hour or two ago. Stay where you are at. It's too dangerous to be driving on the roads right now. As we've said many times, trees, power lines, emergency crews are out right now and they need to have room to get out to everyone. But yeah, definitely stay in place. Don't try to drive anywhere. Though these storms are not as powerful, it's still very dangerous.
And so I'm digging through here, trying to get some of the latest information from the Weather Service, and it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning that's down into parts of Louisiana. They've went with a tornado possible tag back here. This is what storm chasers would call the tail end Charlie. This is the last one in the daisy chain of storms. It's all the way back to the southwest. They went with a tornado possible tag down here with very weak rotation. But if you were to get rotation and a tornado, generally along these clustery line of storms, you always look back to the very last one. If we were to compare them to kids, the baby of the bunch, all the way back toward the end. And that would be the one that you're looking at. Outside of that, of the storms that we're watching in our area, you've got a little bit of organization trying to get going across parts of Smith County, but a lot like we saw earlier with the severe thunderstorm warning here. Even though it looks like it's trying to get organized, at the end of the day, it didn't end up doing much, which is probably why the Weather Service hasn't issued a warning on it yet. But beyond that, there isn't really much of anything happening, although I will say that there are some pretty gusty winds out there in these storms. Based on radar, we're looking at wind gusts up to 40 to 50 miles an hour, which is why yesterday and the day before we were saying that who gets the wind? Everybody gets wind. Everybody gets rain and wind out of this, unfortunately. Rain and 40-mile-an-hour wind was basically everybody. And then we broke it down and we said, okay, now some people end up getting the rain and the strong winds, the 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then a few people end up getting the rain and the super strong winds, and unfortunately the threat for the tornado, and as we mentioned in the last couple of days, the stronger than EF2 tornado. And that unfortunately came to fruition today for some of our friends across parts of Walthall, Marion, Lawrence, Jeff Davis, Covington, Jones, Jasper, and Clark counties. I'm going to see if I can pull up some of the storm reports on here, and I'm going to turn the radar off, and you can see where some of these reports have been. These are the reports that have been sent into the National Weather Service thus far. Let's get the lighting off of here too. You've got your tornado reports in northern Walthall, southern Lawrence County, and then across parts of Covington County. We'll continue to get reports in, but these are the ones that have been funneled through the National Weather Service thus far and kicked out to our software here. So this will fill up as we head through the next couple of hours with all of the wind damage reports and everything else. But so far, the tornado reports are the ones that are showing up on here. We'll get back to the radar.
And I think it's important to mention too, you know, it's just past 7 o'clock, so it's getting dark out there. So don't rush out and get photos or anything. Don't feel like you have to do it tonight, because like I said, these storms here are still coming through, and it's too dangerous. You can't tell out in the dark, especially. This is a really hard time of day for storms like this to be moving through.
Yeah, and as we head through the rest of this evening and into the overnight hours, a solid reminder that you're not going to see the tornado. You couldn't have seen it earlier today because, as Rex pointed out, it was rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it tonight because it's going to be too dark. So all we ask is that you trust the National Weather Service and their judgment. They're smart guys and girls up there. And when the tornado warning is issued, you take cover. You don't bother looking out the window to see it if you can see it, because you probably won't be able to see it. And unfortunately, at that point, you're wasting perhaps very valuable moments attempting to confirm for yourself that you can visually see something that you won't actually be able to see anyway, when you could be reacting and taking cover and protecting yourself.
And like you said earlier, with the tornado being wrapped in rain like that, and we couldn't see it, does that make it a lot worse? Talk about that and how that can potentially be a more dangerous situation.
So, what ends up happening is you end up in a situation where it's rain wrapped, so you can't see the tornado. So you don't know if it's left or if it's to the right or if it's straight ahead. You don't know what direction it's going either. A lot of times what ends up happening down here is, you go outside, you look out the front patio and you say, okay, all I get is a wall of gray in front of me. You don't know where the tornado stops, where it starts, where it's going, how big it is, how tall it is, how short it is. You can't see the debris. As Rex pointed out, he said, you wouldn't even be able to see the debris through the rain wrap.
I mean, and plus, a lot of the times, it's too late if you're looking for it.
Yeah.
It can be on you at that point.
Yeah, and that's another good point, which is you go out the front door and you look out for it and you say, oh, there it is. Well, great. You probably should be taking cover at this point. If you're close enough to see it, you probably should already be in your safe place. The one thing that I show to kids when I go out and I visit schools is I was chasing a tornado in Oklahoma, and a tornado formed in front of me in 13 seconds. It went from nothing, there being no tornado, no funnel cloud, no nothing, to a tornado on the ground in 13 seconds. So it doesn't take a lot of time for these things to develop. And you think 13 seconds, you say, okay, well that's pretty quick, Nick. Okay, on radar, we only get updates on radar about every 2 to 3 minutes during significant events like this when they're running the radar in hyperspeed. On a regular event, it takes up to 5 minutes. So it could have formed and been on the ground moving at 60 miles an hour for 5 minutes. It could have went 5 miles before we know that it's on the ground causing damage. And so that's why in situations like today, the National Weather Service would tend to warn things a little earlier than they normally would, because they don't want it to be on the ground for 5 miles before they get a warning out. They want to catch it before it's on the ground so that they can warn people 5 miles away that, hey, this may be on the ground shortly and at your doorstep.
And as you were talking about earlier, especially with modern technology, cell phones and stuff, and the delay, that also that goes into the equation there.
Yeah,
so.
the data that we get from the National Weather Service, this radar image that you're looking at right now on your screen, folks, is anywhere between 2 to 4 minutes old. So when I show you where the tornado is on our radar right now, it's actually where it was 2 to 3 minutes ago, which on days like today when they're moving at 60 miles an hour, you do the quick math, is 2 to 3 miles further down the road. And so we try our best to recognize that and warn people ahead of time, and we try and zoom in as close as we can to let people know who's being affected by it now and most immediately on days like today when things are moving very quickly, because on days normally where it's doing 30 miles an hour, we can zoom it out and say, okay, these people, then these people, then these people, because that next town has a certain amount of time, 5 minutes, 8 minutes to prepare. Days like today, you cut that time in half. It's 2 to 4 minutes to prepare, so we try and zoom in a little bit closer to alert people quicker, who's next, who's next, who's next. So if you've noticed today, if you've been watching today and you've noticed, you've been, man, they're zoomed in really close, how do I know I'm 3 towns over. How do I know? Why are they zoomed in so close? That's why, is because they're moving so quickly that we need to let the next person know as soon as we can that they're next, in essence, because it's moving so fast. Does that hopefully that makes sense
Absolutely,
to folks at home. And so thankfully right now, I really want to reiterate, thankfully right now, nothing's happening. Thunderstorms, sure. Mississippi thunderstorms, we get these all the time. This is the most resourceful group of humans on planet Earth, I think, in South Mississippi. You guys can handle this. And so right now there is still the threat for severe weather as we head through the rest of this evening, but right now it's rain, thunder, lightning, and some wind, and we're still waiting for the next round of stuff. We're still waiting for the next round of stuff to begin.
But as we've also mentioned, still stay in your safe place, stay in your homes, even though it's just a thunderstorm. Don't know the situation with all the debris. It could, topple over, anything like that. Definitely want to avoid, going out and trying to get photos, which might be dark outside.
I'd like to point out the fact is we are still under a statewide don't get out and be around people. If you're in a safe place already, stay there. Don't get out and mingle with people.
Right. That's
common sense.
That's a great point. Rex points out that, hey, we shouldn't be out anyway.
No, you shouldn't be out.
It's a hang tight. Yeah, there's nothing going on, but that doesn't mean go down the street and around the corner and.
No.
Yeah, emergency crews are out on the road, and we got to keep it clear for them as well.
They've got to stay safe and not get sick, so people can get their power restored.
Yeah, and so that's a really good point.
And I don't know how common it is. Actually, in the house I grew up in, my dad put in a tornado shelter, and it was underground. And I don't really see them as much in homes around here.
It's tough to do tornado shelters down here because the water table tends to be so high, and so a lot of people don't do them down here. It's the same with basements. The water table plus the clay, the ground down here expands, contracts with all the rain that we get, and so it gets a little more difficult to do that. Safely would be my guess, but and a lot of people just have that interior room and they think, well, you know what, I'm gonna bank on this, and hopefully we hope that when they get to that interior room, that interior closet, whatever it is, that they get there fast enough and they're safe. But there aren't too many tornado shelters, underground shelters in a lot of homes around here, or basements, because they'd end up filling with water, and you get a good summertime thunderstorm down here and you can get an inch or two of rain real quick, and if it was a day where you accidentally left the door open, it's going to fill up with water in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes pretty quickly. It's not messing around down here, the rain in the summer, and then you get the threat for tornadoes for tropical storms and hurricanes on top of that, so I think that's a lot of the reason why people don't have a lot of underground shelters down here, which is unfortunate because they would be so useful given the kind of weather that we get. Still nothing doing in terms of any rotation. We still just have regular showers and thunderstorms moving across the area. This is our lull until, and I said about an hour ago, I think we get about an hour break in severe weather. The thunderstorms fired up pretty quick, but they've remained sub-severe, so now we're starting to get back into our time where we're going to have to start to watch for things to redevelop.
How's that boot looking down there in Louisiana? You said it was kind of had a
tag on it. This guy down here near Hammond, still not a lot of rotation in here. It had the tornado possible tag, but so far not a lot of rotation happening down here, which is good news. It's the very end storm. It looks like we're actually starting to get storms to fire up south of that, so it isn't actually the very end storm anymore. The couple of places that I'm keeping tabs on with one eye are here near Lumberton, just north of Hattiesburg, and near Ellisville. Those are the three places that I'm watching right now. Not because there's rotation, not because they're doing anything special, but the way that they're lined up relative to inflow, relative to the other storms, relative to the boundary. These are going to be the storms that we we watch and the areas that we watch. Notice that that line that I was watching near Crystal Springs, remember I said, okay, well, if this intersects and gets underneath stuff, it has really slowed down. It hasn't made it very far at all. You know, in an hour, it made it, pretty far, and then it's kind of slowed down a little bit in the last little bit. So that may not be a worry. It may not help us. It may not hurt us. It just may not be a thing.
This is really just one of those storms that you just don't know. It's so unpredictable.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing. You get into these. We can mesoanalysis ourselves until we're blue in the face, but at the end of the day, we're just kind of waiting to see how stuff interacts with how storms interact with the environment before we can jump to any conclusions about what is or is not going to happen. We kind of have to wait and see.
Right.
Kind of stinks, I know. You say, well, Nick, you're a forecaster. Forecast us. I said, okay, well, the forecast is there's a chance for severe weather. That's unfortunately as accurate a forecast. We just took a strike direct.
I do not know what that hit.
That hit our tower, and we are barely on the air.
We just had a
Yeah,
direct
we
hit.
definitely had a power hit.
Turn the volume up for me, Rex, on that TV, if you could for me, please, just to make sure that we are still. Can they still hear us?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so we're still on the air. We took a lightning strike. Thank you, Rex.
Yeah.
I can't tell you folks at home how much and how often I have to thank Rex for doing an amazing job at the blink of an eye. So yeah, hey, okay, so yeah, Zach's in here. He's a wonderful production guy. He's
I think I almost fell out of my chair there. That was a loud pop.
So yeah, we took a direct strike. In fact, yeah, we can get fancy if we really want to, because we've got the time here, and we can get in, turn the radar off, and turn the lightning bolts up.
As you were saying earlier, really with this storm, the lightning, I think you said, hasn't been as frequent as compared to, say, summer storms or so, but might be just ramping up here.
Yeah, and so there's, yeah, we don't have anything in here, Rickety. Yeah, we took a direct hit. So what you can see on the screen there, you see where WDAM is on the screen. That's not exactly where we are. That little spark you see right here, and that one right there, we're probably right there, which is where our tower is. The lightning data that we get isn't perfect. Obviously it's not. It's at a raised layer, and so it's relative to where the Earth curvature. I mean, again, I hate getting into weeds, but it's not perfect. And so yeah, we just took a strike direct to the old tower.
Has it ever happened to you
Yes,
before?
yeah, it did.
Oh, my
In fact,
gosh.
it happens frequently around here. The last time that we took one straight to the transmitter like that would have been in January during a situation like this.
Well, it was a tornado, the one that hit Hattiesburg.
Yeah, it would have been in.
I think we had 10 lightning hit the tower 10 times that night.
Yeah, and
You remember Patrick holding up the
yep,
sign?
that would have been the Patrick holding up
Yep.
the sign. And so.
At least we still have a feed.
Yes, the good news is we're still on the air for you folks, and we're not going anywhere. We'll keep you guys updated. But that was, pardon the pun, quite the shock, for sure. I finally getting on to Twitter now to see if I've got any reports here. And a lot of you folks sending in some good information. A lot of it, again, minor damage, which is good news, and I hope it stays as mostly minor damage. Mostly minor damage. We've got reports in Jones County of maybe some more significant damage. Nothing much more. Nothing more than that. Anything else?
Well, you saw the picture where the cars were flipped over. That took a lot of power. So.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. So, and that's why we always tell folks we don't want you in a car.
No.
Because that's a dangerous place to be, and And now getting pictures in from the Soso Baptist Church, from Andy Thomas. That church has been, that's significant damage to the church there, the Soso Baptist Church near Laurel. That was sent over from Spinks Meganson, that's a meteorologist over in Alabama, who received those pictures from Andy Thomas. So Andy, if you're out there watching or listening, thank you for sending those pictures in. We'll make sure we get that to the National Weather Service and that they can add that to the damage report.
We did have pictures earlier that we showed from Covington County. I'm not sure if we could get those back up or not. They were taken between Seminary and College, just east off Highway 49. Rex, I think that's what you were talking about with the truck or the van being flipped over. Definitely showed the power there.
Oh, yeah.
If we could get those up or not. There we go. Here we go. Yep. Once again, these were taken Seminary between Seminary and College, just east of Highway 49 there. And as Nick, you were talking about earlier, of course, a lot of debris in this one. Most of these are where the trees were all uprooted.
Yeah.
Wasn't necessarily snapped.
Well, you can see, actually, now that
that
I'm
one
looking at
right
this one,
there,
you can
yeah.
see some of the snap trees in the background there. And we got definitely some snap trees in the background there. So I may not have been looking hard enough a little bit earlier.
Well, that one might have been, that one snapped
Yeah.
a little bit. Like we said earlier, with structural damage like that, you definitely don't want to try to get in and take photos. You don't know if that could collapse at any minute or anything like that. And we had a video earlier as well. I think that was in Seminary also. Yep, people pulling trees and crews working there. And as we say again, of course it's dark outside now, but you definitely don't want to be traveling. As you see, emergency personnel are out there cleaning up
It does
debris.
look like you were asking about that power line earlier. I think I did see a
That's
power
what I was
line.
saying. Yeah, it was definitely. And that's why definitely you don't want to walk around as well. You can't. We had trouble seeing that. They can disguise themselves there in the grass. You do not want to step on one of those. Like we say, keep off the roads for sure. Emergency personnel are out. And there's more of those snap trees that you were talking about there.
Yeah.
Of course, windows being blown out.
I think the National Weather Service will send out about two teams tomorrow, don't you think, Nick?
Yeah, and here's the difficult thing with the coronavirus and everything else is I don't know how they're going to handle teams of people, right? Because you're not supposed to be dealing with people. Right. And so I don't know. I don't know how that's going to look, or if they're just going to say, "Well, this is more important."
They may have to send one and get him in an airplane.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they just do everything by drone.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
I don't know, but yes, they'll be sending people out tomorrow or the next day. It just kind of depends on who's available and what their schedule is.
And of course, if you're talking about that with emergency crews, if you're trapped in your home in a dangerous situation, do not try to leave. Call 911. They need to be able to get someone out there to you. You do not need to be traveling on these roads right now.
It looks like the most potent storm right now is passing just off to the south of Hattiesburg and Oak Grove, and this is going to be moving kind of to the northeast. But overall, we don't have much going on across the area. I'm going to jump back over to the green screen here and kind of point something out because I think it'd be maybe a little bit easier for me to do. The south side of this one little storm right here, again, just off to the south side of Hattiesburg. See how it kind of V's out like this. So usually when things V out like that, you look down here for the area of circulation, but we don't have that here. The only very, very weak area of circulation is kind of right in here, and that's the area where we've got all the lightning. We've got more lightning up to the north across parts of Jasper County, but there's not much in the way of circulation happening up there. So what we've got is we've got a lot of storms right now that are, give me a hot second here, Emily, that are developing and going up, but they're not able to fully start rotating yet, which is some fantastic news, and that is because they're a little bit clustered, and it may be an indication that the environment that they're moving into isn't quite as favorable as originally anticipated.
I was going to say real quick, we got a report. County roads 531 and 528 have trees down and blocking entry into Bay Springs. A viewer talked with Heidelberg Fire Department and got this information. Once again, county roads 531 and 528 have trees down and they're blocking the entry into Bay Springs. So be sure to avoid that area for sure.
Yeah, so in Jasper County, you folks got a fair amount of wind earlier. No surprise that there are reports of trees being down and roads being blocked, unfortunately.
I feel we're going to get way more of those reports in here soon. So like we said, just definitely stay where you are at.
Yeah. Hang tight for us. It looks like right now the main area that we're probably going to be watching in the short term is going to be in and just off to the south of Hattiesburg. One thing that I'm going to pull up, I'm going to go over to Futurecast again, and we're going to take a look at these clusters of storms. You can see how your the Futurecast here is picking up on the storms back in behind it as maybe being a little more potent. But even those kind of fall apart as they pass. So if we can make it through this first little cluster before they kick out into parts of Alabama, hopefully the storms back in behind it aren't quite as robust. Let's see if we can't. I'm going to see if I can't pull up some updated data for you guys in here and get some of the shorter-termed model data, and this may help us kind of see a little more clearly what may or may not happen. So you can see the cluster of storms all across the area. You can see we've got some of these storms, that one just to the south of Hattiesburg. You can see that one streak, that would be the one that we're looking at just south of Hattiesburg right now. But so far, reasonably benign. And then all of these kind of kick on out of here and really get fired up as they move into parts of Alabama. And then the latest data showing all of this out of here by about 11 o'clock tonight or midnight tonight, which would be some really good news.
Like you
hopefully
said, still clustered, so it's a good thing.
Yeah, clustered. We want clustered. So we can get updraft helicity we can have spinning updrafts all we want, but so long as it's clustered, they can't get organized enough necessarily. Let me back up. It is way more difficult for them to get organized enough to produce a tornado. They can. Things happen. But it gets much more difficult for the atmosphere to do it. You can see how these things are starting. So you've got one here. So things are starting to try and organize a little bit, and then we've got another one kind of down here. So where before everything was, it looked like pea soup, and like you took some lasagna and stirred it up in a bowl or something. Now it's looking like, okay, we got a piece here, a piece here, a piece here, and a piece here. And so the storms are trying their best. The atmosphere is trying to balance things out, and so it tries to reorganize itself and differentiate itself like this. The question becomes,
are making me hungry over here.
Right, yeah, no, sorry. Now it's a question of how fast does it do it, and does it do it in an area that's conducive for severe weather, which is where it is, and are we able to do that in a time frame that makes it a problem for South Mississippi. The National Weather Service, of note, has cleared out a lot of the watch box back off to our west. So that's good news. We do have some good news to report.
I expect about 8 o'clock they'll clear some more counties out to the west of us.
Yeah, and maybe even part of our counties.
Yeah.
Which would be great news. Right now, like it is sometimes around here, it looks like I-59 is kind of the line. If you're east of 59, you're still kind of in a threat. If you're west of 59, you're currently kind of you're in limbo, but you're on the way down.
Just chilling right now.
Yeah, you're chilling. I like that, Rex. You're kind of waiting, and so hang with us, folks. Over the next about 30 minutes, we're going to learn a lot from the National Weather Service, which we've got. I'm trying to see if they've gotten any new reports in. And so far, No. We've reached, again, our lull is lasting, an extra, I guess, 30 minutes longer than we were originally anticipating. I don't know if a single person is going to complain about that. But this is where we are to kind of recap everything. A tornado watch in effect for the whole area. It's three different watches, really. We got one watch for our northern counties, Simpson, Smith, Jasper, and Clark County, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That one, except for Clark County, is on the way down.
Oh, yeah.
The other tornado watch that's in effect for Lawrence, Jeff Davis, Covington, Jones, Forest, Lamar, Marion, Walthall, and Pearl River counties, at least in our area, is a regular tornado watch. That one goes until 8 o'clock also, so both of those go until 8. The third one, for Wayne, Green George, Perry, Stone counties in our area, is a different, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. And that one lasts until 2 o'clock tonight. And what we're waiting for is this cluster of thunderstorms that's moving across some of our counties right now to either get themselves better differentiated, a little more organized, and produce significant severe weather in our area, or just move out of our area and then produce that into parts of Alabama. They're being born here, and so it's a question of how fast do they turn into something. It may be not until they're out of our area, which I would love for that to happen. I hate for that to happen to other people, but we've already had our significant severe weather for today. If we can get out of this with no more, that would be terrific. But we're waiting. We're playing the waiting game right now, and we don't necessarily have answers to the questions that some of you may want right now, unfortunately.
And of course, we're trying to get in as much information as we can, and this is one of the latest things. Just in case you didn't hear it a few minutes ago, for our Bay Springs people, County Roads 531 and 528 have trees down and blocking the entry into Bay Springs. So definitely be cautious of that. Like we've said multiple times, please don't be out on the roads right now. Once again, that was County Roads 531 and 528 have trees down and blocking entry into Bay Springs. And we're going to try to get in. We're getting in reports and trying to get those to you as quickly as we can.
Yeah, and I'm checking with folks, and I'm trying to get any new reports. Right now, it's looking like nothing new from the Weather Service, and nobody reporting in on social media anything more than minor damage outside of the damage that we heard about from Soso Baptist Church, about some of the more significant damage that they received, and so good. That's good news.
And then the fire department earlier.
The fire department in Soso, thank you very much, which had we got a report of some very significant damage in the Soso volunteer fire department. We were then told, though, that no one was in the building, which is fantastic news. So it had structural damage, some significant structural damage, but no one was in the building. There were questions about if anybody was there to begin with, but then we got word that, hey, they left, we are good, which is fantastic news. So you hate to hear about damage, but I think we would much rather take damage and safe people than anything else. Right. At least personally, I would. You can replace stuff, you can't replace people.
Right.
And so we're glad that people are safe from all of this. So as we continue to monitor the radar, I know that we've had reports of stuff come in. If you guys are just tuning in, because I know the weather's getting bad in some places. Wayne County, Perry County, Forest County, Lamar County, Pearl River County. A lot of folks dealing with rain and thunderstorms right now, and you haven't really been all day long. And if you're wondering, hey, it's getting bad by me, am I under a warning? No, we just got to watch up. Just the watches that are active. The damage that we had from earlier today from some of the other storms, if you're just tuning in, was pretty significant in some places. So far, like I was saying on social media, people are saying in minor reports, a tree down, a power line down, my shingles, a fence got blown over. while that's not great, that is not significant damage. We've received a couple reports of significant damage. We've got video and pictures of that from earlier, but so far, right now, outside of the significant reports from earlier, the reports that are coming into us now are from our minor damage. We had a very significant long track supercell and potential long track tornado, which started with Rex's coverage in Walthall County, last all the way to Clark County.
We got a ruler on this thing, right?
Yeah, we can roll a ruler out.
Yeah, just roll a ruler out.
We can let you
We'll see
know
exactly how far it went.
how far it went. So it was in northern Walthall County all the way. I mean, we're talking 100 miles.
Oh yeah, easily. That's a long track tornado.
Yeah, and likely on the ground the whole time.
Oh yeah.
We had a debris signature the whole time, so you have
The
to
whole
assume it's storm chasers and spotters here and there noting that they physically see
Oh yeah.
a tornado.
They said it was a very large violet tornado.
And so, yeah, that's on the ground for 100 miles. That's a long track.
And if we could, I don't think we only showed this a couple, let's see, one or two times, a video that we got in from a viewer in seminary where trees are covering the roadways and stuff. I wonder if we can get that video up there. There we go. Like we've talked about over and over, that's really a dangerous thing here, is seeing all this debris, obviously, and coming up in the video, you'll see what cars are trying to get through, and of course there's going to be no way they can get through. Like I said, stay off the roads. We want emergency personnel to be able to come out and help anyone that needs to be helped. But yeah, this one in terms of the damage wasn't as intense as those homes where the trees were just busted there at the bottom, just uprooted. Of course, that's just a lot of debris there, and that really just shows the power of the wind that we had from this first storm.
Yeah, that's the you get these situations where it doesn't take a lot once it's rained a bit for us to get trees down and stuff blown across the road, especially after a full day of 30-mile-an-hour wind. It doesn't take a lot for the trees to really struggle to stay upright. So we got good news that there's no damage at Mitchell Farms. That is terrific news because they were on deck for both of them.
They were.
And so that's good news. And again, no damage. I'll take good news every day of the week. No reports of damage at Mitchell Farms. So, and again, this may be a case where there was actually a debris signature as it passed by Mitchell Farms.
Yeah, but it just obviously missed the place.
Hopefully, it went around, or lifted. And so. But the National Weather Service will go out in the next day or two, and they'll figure out how long it was on the ground. But the supercell lasted 100 miles, and then we'll have to wait and see how long that tornado was on the ground. A lot of folks continue to report in tree down here, fence blown over there. So hopefully those types of reports continue, and we can wave goodbye to any more significant reports of damage. Hopefully, those come to an end pretty quickly.
And for those without power who might be listening through cell phones or radio, things like that, we have gotten reports of crews out in multiple counties trying to work on that. Obviously, we've gotten also reports of it when it comes to the power line damage that it actually broke the pole itself, which of course, when the teams get out there, it takes them longer to fix that, but rest assured, there are crews out there working, so if you are without power, and like I said, listening to us through a cell phone, through a radio, there are crews out there working to get that fixed. So.
Yeah, we got a message earlier from, let me see who it was, Leif Munkel with Pearl River Valley Electric.
Okay.
He said they're going to be working until midnight. But
they'll be out all night long.
Yeah.
And
they've got to fight this rain and the additional lightning going on right now.
And a pause for a big thank you to the crews that are out there working in this. They don't get the credit that they deserve for.
And also a big thank you for the law enforcement.
Yeah.
And first responders.
And
Yeah.
also people working on the front lines in hospitals as well. 'Cause, you know,
Absolutely.
if there's any injuries, things like that, and, you know, doing their shifts in the midst of
But if
all
you
this
don't have
crazy
any
weather.
damage, you should not be on the roads.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people asking is on social media here if the severe weather threat is over, and it is not, unfortunately. Particularly for if you're living east of 59. If you're west of 59, we
You're
can
pretty much.
we can start to make you're on the way down. You're not zero. You're on the way down.
I think at 8 o'clock we'll know.
Yeah, I think here in the next 15 minutes, when the National Weather Service gets their teeth into things and they kick out some data, we'll have a better idea. But you're on the way down west of 59. East of 59, it's kind of how it always is, right? As these things come through, you're still playing the waiting game. So hang in there as best you can. And keep your eyes on the forecast for the next couple of hours because you're still underneath the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. The National Weather Service has noted specifically for your area in Perry County, George County, or Perry, Greene, George, Stone, and Wayne counties that the atmosphere is ripe for the development of severe weather over the next couple of hours. And so please do what you can to hang in there. I know it's tough, and I know it's been a long day so far, but do what you can to hang on, as it looks like so far things are remaining clustery, but we are starting to see the beginnings of maybe a little bit happening in here in terms of rotation. We can kind of bounce between the radars here, and you're kind of in no man's land on the south side of Hattiesburg, but we may be starting to see stuff trying to get better organized. It's just a matter of playing the waiting game and waiting to see. This is in the weather world, we call this, we babysit the radar. We hang out, we make sure nothing happens, and we make sure that we're here for you guys when something does happen.
And in terms of this storm here, speed, how does it seem to be moving compared to the first one?
And so this one doesn't have as much rotation to it. It's moving along the same line, right? I mean, it's going southwest to northeast, and it's very, very weak and very broad rotation just off to the south of Hattiesburg right now. And so we just have to wait. We have to wait and see. Is this going to move through this area where it's more conducive for the development of severe weather? Is it going to be able to use all of the juice that's in the atmosphere to actually do something? Or are we going to just see it, because it's kind of clustered in with everything else, it's getting kind of messed with by its friends around it? Is it not going to be able to get rooted and get away from some of these other storms and actually develop into something? And we're back to the old, we don't know.
And as you said a few minutes ago, obviously the threat for severe weather is not over yet. So with this third surge coming through, do you have about a timeline that people in our area can be expecting?
Yeah, so in 15 minutes, I'll be able to answer that question really well. Right now, it looks like round 3 is off the table, I would argue. I mean, if they're starting to drop stuff back here, if they're saying, tornado watch over, either we're going to have to wait for all that stuff to get over here for it to be a problem, or it's not going to be a problem. I would tend to think that since this stuff is all clustered up around us right now and it's zap frying the atmosphere of all of its energy, the stuff that's coming behind it probably isn't going to have anything to work with by the time it gets here. So really this clustered stuff is doing twofold good job. See, there we go. All right, so straight from the National Weather Service, you can see there on the map that they just dropped a handful of the counties here.
We timed that out perfectly.
Yeah, right. And so the clusters of stuff are doing a good job at killing severe weather threat for round 3. So there you go. So yeah, you folks in Smith, Simpson, Covington, Jeff Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties are no longer underneath the tornado watch. You're done. You're done with the tornado watch. I would argue that Walthall and Pike County are probably going to get dropped here shortly. That's a different National Weather Service office. That's Slidell rather than Jackson. So they're working at two different speeds, not because one's better than the other, but they got different stuff that they're doing. The watch doesn't physically, technically expire until 8 o'clock.
Actually, they extended it until 9 o'clock
For
Forest, Jones, and Lamar.
So yeah, so they're keeping it now.
Yeah.
So they've dropped it for the other counties. Yeah. They're keeping it and extending it for the ones closer. Okay,
right.
There you go. There you go.
I believe they're just playing it safe.
Yeah, and that's because the thunderstorms are on top of Forest and Lamar counties right now, and you got to make sure that those are going to be out of here and done before you wave goodbye to the watch. But you can see that we are starting to get a fair amount of lightning developing in here. We can kind of run this back. See how there's not much lighting around Purvis, but the second it gets a little bit north of Dixie, we start to get a little more lightning in here. We can head on over, and you can see that there is, I mean, it's barely in here. But that's the beginnings of things that we have to watch. We also have to recognize that we're looking up into the sky at about 6,000 feet. So this isn't rotation that's happening down at the ground. This is up pretty high. So nothing's imminent here, but it is something that we're going to keep tabs on through the next 15, 20, 30 minutes to an hour. Nothing else is looking overly robust. I mean, I got to tell you, I love storm clusters. If this could be the way they all shake out,
that'd be a nice thing.
Hey, you and me, Rex, we would
we'd be in hog heaven, man.
We would enjoy that. Wouldn't have to worry about this stuff. We'd have a noisy but manageable Easter Sunday.
Manageable, yes.
Instead of an unfortunately destructive one. Down off to the south, that one storm that we were watching near Hammond has actually lifted north and east, is now into parts of Pearl River County, and even this one, if we kind of go back here, we don't really have much here, although it does look like maybe we've got kind of some wind funneling in on the back side of this, but we don't have any areas in here where we've got any rotation firing up, so that's some good news. Again,
I don't think we have any current warnings at all, do we?
No, we are warning free, which is good. We just have the watch that's up, and then the one little storm to the south side of Hattiesburg that's worth keeping eyeballs on. Just to take you guys to a quick run through from north to south, folks in Bay Springs, west, to McGee, Mendenhall, Collins, Prentice, Bassfield, Monticello. I got to tell you, folks, you're probably donezo. The reason that they kept Jasper County in with the watch is because half the county still has thunderstorms. But yeah, you folks in Bay Springs, Raleigh, Mize, Taylorsville, Hot Coffee, Collins, Bassfield, Prentice, Monticello, and Pike County even got pulled off here. Okay. Down toward Columbia. You folks are all donezo with severe weather. You're still going to have rain. You're still going to have thunder. You're probably still going to have a little bit of lightning for tonight. But your threat for severe weather is pretty much over for the night. So says the National Weather Service, and I've got no real reason to disagree with them. Other places dealing with showers and thunderstorms right now. You folks in Quitman and down towards Shibuya, Waynesboro, as you make your way back off to the west toward Laurel and Ellisville, and down to the south toward Richton and Petal. You folks in Hattiesburg out toward New Augusta, Beaumont, McLean, down toward Purvis, getting into Lumberton, and as you make your way back into the Poplarville area and into the parishes of Louisiana, back down 98 toward Columbia, but not quite there, so I guess stopping at about Olo. Now you folks have showers and thunderstorms continuing right now. The one place that we're kind of keeping tabs on would be kind of right in here in the Hattiesburg kind of area, where we've got a slight bit of rotation in the mid-levels, but nothing, no warning or anything. It's just something we're keeping eyeballs on currently. And then as you make your way down off to the southwest, more very noisy thunderstorms across parts of southern Lamar and Forest counties, and down toward parts of Pearl River County. But these are just noisy storms. They're not severe, and there's no tornado warning, and there's really no semblance of any kind of circulation either. So that's good news. So we got a whole bunch of good news in terms of the lack of overall threat for imminent severe weather right now, although we do still have, obviously, storms that we're keeping tabs on. Have we seen any new reports over there about damage or anything, Rex?
Not really. They're just canceling some of the parishes, and they're keeping, for some reason, Walthall County in the watch till midnight. I don't understand that. I'm sure it'll come down before midnight.
Yeah, it may be one of those things where they were just a part of,
Yeah.
the watch that goes out. That happens. You folks at home know that. That happens a lot.
Because we have to deal with 3 different weather services around here.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, true. Mobile, Slidell, and Jackson.
Yeah, and so we gotta. We're trying our best to keep on top of things for you folks at home here.
We are getting some photos in from Soso Baptist Church near Laurel. We hope to get those up here before long. Also, let's see. Jeff Davis County High School Sports Complex badly damaged. Greer's Cash Shaver Store sustained significant damage. It's also in Soso, but like I said, we hope to get some of those up here soon for you guys.
Yeah, we've got. On Nelson Newell Road. Yeah, that's where. There's a home that was damaged in Soso, where we've got some pictures coming in of that too. Of some reasonably significant damage. And a lot of you folks emailing in. Okay. A lot of you folks emailing in reports of, again, more minor damage, and that's, I hate to see damage, but if it's, I would rather have it be minor than major, but most of the reports are minor, but I think we're getting to that point, Emily, where the folks that had the major damage have been able to catalog everything and are now passing those along to us so that we can pass those along to you folks at home. And I unfortunately think that those reports, the numbers of those reports are going to increase in the next couple of hours, and probably the next day or two, unfortunately. Yeah, a lot of folks hit me up on social media now. Thank you, everybody on Facebook and Twitter that's taking the time to take pictures and send them in.
And also, if they have questions, be sure to send those in as well, so we can kind of go over some things that we've already talked about tonight, just in case somebody has missed some information along the way.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to do a full reset here for everybody because we've had some new stuff come down in the last couple minutes. Okay. Tornado watch still in effect for all the counties that you see here in red. We've cleared out a handful of the counties across the area. Your severe weather threat is over if your county is not in red. The tornado watch that is in effect that's left over either goes until 9 o'clock tonight or goes until into the overnight hours. I believe the other one goes until 2 a.m. across parts of southeastern Mississippi and until midnight for folks in Walthall County. Though we all down here, Brandon, Rex, myself, all anticipate Walthall County to get dropped probably a little earlier than midnight. There are no current warnings in effect. Currently, we actually only have one storm right now that's showing any semblance of rotation. A lot of these storms have kind of clustered together and probably saved a lot of us from dealing with a threat for severe weather this afternoon and evening, this late afternoon and early into the evening here. Now we're getting in toward 8 o'clock at night. And then we've got more thunderstorms moving in from down into parts of Louisiana. But no warnings in effect right now, just a couple of thunderstorms out there that, here in Mississippi, we're good at dealing with thunderstorms.
And as you mentioned earlier, this third little boot here that we've been talking about, that threat has diminished.
Yeah, and round 3 has, the threat from round 3 has diminished. It looks like that threat may be a little further off to the north, and it may not be for us. Of course, you can see the thunderstorms and the warnings that are in effect across parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. That staying to the north. It's not coming our direction. The original thought was, and you can actually see some of these like leftover storms down, wrong arrow, some of these leftover storms down here. The original thought was as this sweeps this way, it's going to pick up some of those storms and deposit them in our area. That's not the case anymore. The National Weather Service will likely drop these counties and these counties over the next little bit. And the hope is that that sticks. Now, can things change? Sure, things can change. But the National Weather Service rarely drops watches prematurely. Like, rarely do they drop a watch and go, oh, actually, no, we need that back again. They're pretty cautious about this stuff, and even if there's a low chance, they'll probably continue it, particularly on days like today, where the setup is really potent. So Emily, you're right. Round 3, and not coming probably. So we only had round 1, which happened, and round 2, which is right now, which isn't right now as potent as round 1, which is some good news. So
what about that? Like you said, still clustered round 2. You talked about one little section there.
That little the tail end, Charlie. Yeah, okay. So that's the one. You never knew you'd learn so much about weather, did you?
No.
And down to the south, that one has now moved into some of our southwestern counties and basically fallen apart. And the reason it's done that is because we've actually had more thunderstorms fire up to the south of that and kind of cut off maybe some of the flow that was going into and interacting with that. And so far, because these guys are all running into each other, we haven't had to worry as much about discrete cells. Getting back in here a little bit tighter, you can see how this green in here is starting to light up a little bit, and that red is starting to get a little bit darker in here. And so we can kind of bounce around between the different radar sites, and you can kind of see brighter in here, right, versus darker in here. So we're seeing it on all 3 radar sites. It's very slight, it's very minimal, but it is there. And that's that one little area that we've been watching that was south of Hattiesburg that's lifting northeast. For you folks in like Wayne County, you may want to keep tabs. Northern Perry County, Wayne County, Southern Jones County, you may want to keep tabs on that over the next little bit.
And we just got a report here, Sergeant Andy West of the Mississippi Highway Patrol saying both the northbound and southbound lanes of I-59 between Heidelberg and Bossburg are blocked due to down trees. So. Okay. We're getting these reports in. They're probably not going to be the last ones. That's why we keep telling you stay at home. Once again, Mississippi Highway Patrol is saying both the northbound and southbound lanes of I-59 between Heidelberg and Bossburg are blocked due to down trees. So like I said, yeah, we're going to be getting more of these reports in.
And so as we continue to watch the radar, we'll continue to update you guys as things continue to develop, but the one thing that we've always been concerned about is the rain and the wind. And now that you guys can probably hear the rain and the wind is happening in some of these clustered storms, and now the concern turns to trees being blown over by a 40 or 50 mile an hour wind in the short term rather than the big tornado threat. Hopefully we're done with the tornadoes for tonight, but that's, you got to hope for the best and prepare for the worst, unfortunately. And I will say we just got in out of Jackson here. Governor Tate Reeves declares state of emergency for Easter Sunday storms. Okay. It's pretty big. Says obviously to protect the health and safety of Mississippians in response to the severe tornadoes and storms hitting across the state. Okay. Yeah, so that's going to go a long way toward helping recovery efforts. It frees up money and people and manpower and stuff like that. In a quote here, Governor Reeves says, "This is not how anyone wants to celebrate Easter Sunday. As we reflect on the death and resurrection on this Easter Sunday, we have faith that we will all rise together. To the people of Mississippi, know that you are not alone. The state and our first responders are working around the clock and will not rest until this is over. We are mobilizing all resources available to protect our people and their property." Of course, Governor Reeves there. Okay. Just taking a peek at what's happening in here. You folks in Runnelstown out towards Sunrise, Points nearby, points between are probably seeing some decent hail from this thunderstorm right now. You're probably seeing up to maybe dime or nickel-sized hail. Not severe warn stuff, but nevertheless, you're seeing hail from that storm as it passes through.
Not right now.
The area of circulation is, again, broad circulation, not tornado, but broad circulation aiding in that hail is near Runnelstown right now. And this is going to continue to lift northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And
have you been getting any reports in about hail from the first surge or the first storm?
No, I have not. We had one report way early of quarter-sized hail, but I haven't received any reports of that from earlier at all. And to answer your question, yes, we can. We could have about an hour or so ago. So we're clear whenever. So is that something right now? Because that can happen.
I just wanted to make sure to see if we had any more warnings. If not.
No. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to let you guys get back to regular programming now that we made it to the top of the hour. And so we're going to, if there's another warning issued, of course, folks, we're going to be here for you. We're not going anywhere. We're still going to be here. We're just going to allow you guys to get back to primetime programming now that we're past the 8 o'clock hour. Like I always say, and we truly mean this down here, we appreciate you trusting us with you and your family's safety. Have a better, hopefully, Sunday night. And we will be here all night long to watch these storms. But for now, we're going to allow you guys to get back to regular programming.